it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are covering the case of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her retrial. We are on day number 30. We left off yesterday with some shenanigans from Brennan and Bev. The Bev Brennan, that might as well be your name now. And we are going to start this morning with them having some motions hearings. And then we will continue with direct of Dr. La Posada, who is a 35-year medical examiner, forensic pathologist.
Teacher.
Yeah, teacher, all the things. All of the things. So we're going to, without further ado, we're going to get started. Sleuthie's going to share her screen. We did find a temporary fix for my screen share to not make her echo. It's not a long-term fix, but it's definitely a temporary fix. Mav.
We're thinking it's gotta be StreamYard. Because, so basically what the problem was is Teresa always shares her whole screen. And I always just shared the tab. And it's only happening when she shares her whole screen. So that's why it was doing it when she would share, but not me. That's still just weird, but whatever. So yesterday,
it's still new, and it doesn't make sense that it's always been fine, and now it's not. So we'll still have to figure out the permanent fix, because I don't like just sharing a tab, but that's nothing to you guys. So you guys are like, let's get going.
Okay. I'm probably not in the best mood for me to get angry today, but I guess we'll do it anyway.
We'll do it anyway. And be prepared
You
for
are
the
unmuted.
heavy breathing of Dr. La Posada.
Oh, God.
Ugh.
I don't want it.
Now open and maybe seated.
Are the hiccups again?
No, that's not me.
Oh.
All right.
was
So I
it?
received a couple of motions a little while ago. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. And there are some things we need to talk about from yesterday. Are the jurors here?
Oh, by the way, the bitch was late again.
Of
She's asking
course
if the jurors
she
are
was.
here. Bitch, you are late.
Of course she was.
You let them come in late, and you are late.
The jurors
Okay,
shouldn't be there.
All right. So the order I'd like to do is, Mr. Jackson, yesterday,
No, she should have been here at 8 a.m. 8 a.m.
Yeah.
That gives you a whole hour and a half to do any and everything you got to get done. And that includes your little breaky break before you start the actual trial.
She didn't start till like 9:15 or 9:20 when she told them to be done by 9:15.
Exactly. It's not
You
hard
were
to be on time to your job. Like, imagine if you were always late to your job, like Beverly is. Like, how's she not fired?
going to take a look at any photographs you intend to put in with Dr. La Posada.
Yes, those have been presented to the Commonwealth.
All right. Can I just, are you all in agreement or are you just looking at them now, Mr. Brennan?
I haven't heard specifically from Mr. Brennan, but the issues that he had, pardon me, obviously, we're not, at this juncture, until we're further, we're not going to bring in anything having to do with dog bites.
Yeah.
Claws, dogs in tissue, any of that information, but we are going to bring in exactly what we indicated yesterday. If there's an issue with, for instance, the ecchymosis, we've got a clean copy of the photograph without any of the narrative next to it, which is explanatory. The only one I think that does have narrative is the one with the Lucas machine, which Mr. Brennan indicated yesterday he did not have an issue.
All right.
Position would probably agree.
So I need to know just for instructions to the jury about, I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3.
The brainstem?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be, we intend to show that. That shows the.
So what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop the center that shows what appears to be blood cells or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into?
Like, just have one.
Sure. If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I still want to give an instruction, so I need to know what you're going to do with that. I was going to exclude it, but I understand, so if you can
fucking ass.
crop, yes, yes, if you can do that, I think it takes away some of the sting on the,
Why the fuck are we worried about them taking away the sting? Did she say on the Commonwealth?
gruesome photographs.
On the gruesome photographs. I don't buy it. I think the real ending of that sentence was the sting of the Commonwealth. Like, you've
He's
already
just
showed them
talking about-
John's actual brain, you know what I mean? Like, and it's inside of his guts. So, like, what? Like, we're at a trial. We're at a murder trial. Why are we worried about gruesome photos? Do we understand that most murder trials have really gruesome photos? And we
Yeah, this
show
one
them
doesn't
to
actually
people?
have very many gruesome photos. There's the biggest one's the head.
I'm just saying, like, people have to look at, like, chopped up babies and stuff in murder trials. So, like,
Yep.
be like, oh, I can't show you this photo from a textbook is, like, really bizarre.
All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that, Mr. Jackson? All right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So
What does that mean?
the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in evidence. I don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
We went back and forth yesterday, and I don't believe that it's actually in evidence. It is not.
Okay, so
it's not in evidence. That was
Okay.
yesterday. We all assumed it was.
Yes.
I'll put it in evidence as.
All right, they've already seen it, so it's
Correct.
less,
Bro,
less,
why are we giving a fuck about the weak stomach of jurors? Like, really? Isn't that something we should be asking them, like, before they even become jurors? Like, hey, are you prone to puking when you see, like, blood and stuff? Because this is a murder trial.
Well, I think that the issue with this case is there isn't any gruesome photos, so nobody did ask those questions.
Hello, Welcher showed us some deceased man on the side of the road
Of
with
course,
our
but
head cut off.
that was from the Commonwealth. That's okay. The jury can handle that.
I mean, and nobody was expecting that.
They
Nobody
cannot handle things that the defense will show them. Don't you get it yet, Sleuthie?
I want to know what. So, is that the only things that she thinks the jurors is going to cause the jurors concern? Also, stop speaking for the jurors. Like, show them what you need to. Show them exactly what you need to. And then if somebody stands up and pukes, it's a good thing you have 6 alternates. Just pop another one in there and be like, okay, so we're going to need to know, like, if you guys have weak stomachs and blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm confused about why we're so she's acting like she already has had a conversation with them and knows that they're concerned about the
Nobody
graphic
grew up when they
nature
saw
of
the
the
dead
photo.
guy on the road, so.
Clearly, I'm already annoyed.
likely to have an impact on them for purposes of the gruesome photograph.
How do you know?
But and then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
Correct, that's already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday the number, right? So those are in. So are you using them again?
I'm going to use them again comparatively and probably side by side.
Okay.
You
All
probably
right,
wouldn't
I
even
don't have a
know
problem
is
with that, just
why
the
I
Commonwealth?
Told you.
Okay.
You
All
wanted
right,
to talk about the problem with that.
those are the ones I was concerned about for purposes of an instruction. If there's objections to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an opportunity to take a look at whatever he's got.
That was a hint.
Okay. All right. So with that, that's helpful. Thank you. So there is a new motion this morning suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr. Russell to allow Dr. Laposada to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that.
Correct. I'd like to be heard on that.
Wow, I'm shocked.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. I'd like to start, if I may, by marking two documents with the court permission. One is Dr. Laposada's entire report, and the second
Oh,
is
great.
her entire CD. if that's
Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes.
Beverly, shut up. Shut up and just listen.
Yes.
Exhibits D, 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 and exhibits E, 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 E.
Okay.
I don't feel like the defense has put in that much evidence that we're already in the 4-digit exhibit numbers. We're now in DDDD. This is gonna be like, no. Yeah. Also, that's what I'm saying.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. Laposada and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bites, dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper.
Yep.
After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue specifically of Dr. Laposada and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. Laposada's reports.
I remember this, and I almost want to say that she was saying things like, I could have read it or something like that. Do you remember her saying that?
Yeah, I do.
Like, because we were like, she's like talking really highly of this person, like saying that she would like to have read her reports and stuff. So I'm wondering if that's going to be an issue, is that she said she didn't even read her reports.
I think his point is like we didn't even have to call Dr. Laposada, and we may have.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. I bet you it is.
And now you're telling us that we can't even talk to her about dog bites after he told the jury that she is about dog bites. So he's forced her hand to have to call her.
Yeah.
And now he's put in a motion in limine where we can't even talk about it.
That makes sense. So what you're saying is, and I agree, and I think what you're saying is that he forced them to call her and now is trying to force them to not be able to ask her about all the things that they were going to ask, so that now he can imply to the jury that because they didn't
Right.
ask her about dog bites, then her opinion must be different than what Dr. Russell's is. Otherwise, they
Yeah.
would ask.
100%. And then he did the same exact thing to Dr. Wolf about Dr. Rentschler.
Yep.
Like,
Well,
the jury doesn't need to know about Dr. Rentschler through Dr. Wolf.
exactly. Well, I think theirs absolutely trying to discredit Rentschler. So same basic concept as what happened with Burgess and Welcher. So they hit on Burgess's data because it would then make Welcher's assessment irrelevant if Burgess's data is not reliable. And that's what Welcher went off of,
Mhm.
But the difference between that and this is that, like, while ARCA did kind of rely on each other to a degree, they were relying on Welcher's information. And when it comes to like their report, even that very first report that they did back in February of 2024, the one for the feds, it was them two and then somebody else. I think I told you, Klein maybe. There was a third person, and they all wrote the report. And so there was one report, but they didn't, like, some paragraphs or sections were written by other people. I forget where I was going with this. Other than I think that all of their information being in one report enabled Hank to be able to ask him about things he knows good and goddamn well had nothing to do with Wolf, because it was in his report, technically in his report. You know what I mean? This is a little bit different, but I think you're right. I think he is forcing them to call them. Well, you know what? Have you ever seen a case where a defense attorney who's never been a prosecutor ever is asked by the Commonwealth or any state or whatever to prosecute like one of the biggest cases they've ever had? A defense attorney who's never been a prosecutor.
No, it's a very strange thing. And then pay him a shit ton of money to do it. When you
Like-
have an entire office of prosecutors.
DAs, yeah. And
Like,
he's
you have
never been a prosecutor.
You have one who sat there the entire time last year and didn't do anything.
Why
Let her
did they
do it.
make the first chair? It's so odd to me. Like, why did they pick you, Hank? Why did they pick you? Yeah, and there's no conflict.
Indiana girl says she thinks he was a prosecutor, but very briefly a long time ago. I don't remember Brennan being a prosecutor.
I don't either.
It's still really early for me, so you could very well be right. I know, obviously, we all know Alan Jackson was a prosecutor, but
Yeah, and it's not just law, right? Like a prosecutor and a defense attorney are different. Like, the things that they do and the things that are acceptable are different. So it's just odd to pluck him from a defense attorney pool and then, like, while he's still a practicing defense attorney, and just pop him into a prosecutor position and be like, hey, prosecute this case.
that's a good point, Keith, because they're not prosecuting Karen, they're defending dirty cops.
I mean, I think I 100% believe he's there to defend the Commonwealth. Michael Morrissey is who would have hired him for this. So, I mean, it just looks so suspicious. I wonder if any of the jurors recognize him from the Whitey Bulger case.
I doubt it.
You don't think people followed that?
These are a bunch of young people.
Oh, true. Well,
I
that would
bet
be-
most of you guys don't even know who Whitey Bulger is.
I just want to know if Brendan's ever won, ever.
Indiana girl said that he had, but I don't know how many times or whatnot. But I know the last time you asked that, she had said he had.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Whether she was aware of Dr. LaPosada's opinions, implying that Dr. LaPosada had opinions about the dog bites,
Yeah.
and with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. LaPosada's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. LaPosada's opinions, implying that Dr. LaPosada had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. LaPosada's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. LaPosada by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell. She was then asked the seminal question, did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports?
Oh, see, I was confused when this happened, but now it makes sense. Did
By
they?
Dr. LaPosada related to dog bites.
What page is that on here?
Oh, I remember that
transcript?
correctly. You don't remember that? He asked her over and over again.
Nope. My motion's back at the desk.
Oh, I see it.
Does the court have it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just read it.
Yeah, please.
Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer. Well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan. Have you ever heard of a doctor named LaPosada?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
It's in the record. I will put this
Beverly.
transcript into the record.
Bitch,
I'm not going to.
You were late. Stop rushing people. We could have had this done if you would have showed up on time. This is so
She
outrageous.
just said, "Where is it?" and can essentially asked him to read it, and then she's like, "Ugh, are you gonna read all 3 pages, Mr.
Yeah.
Jackson?" Like, oh my gosh, you don't have time for all of that.
Okay, well, if you
You're wasting the jury's time. The jury is here, Mr. Jackson, and you're wasting the jury's time.
But does she understand that the times she interrupts them and they go off on these side fucking quests that they could have been finished? Ask me if I'm going to read all
having a
these
girlfriend is like, by the way.
Keith.
I totally disagree. I don't care enough to be bad.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is
You are much less argumentative than I.
Dude.
Now that I've witnessed it, unless you were just being polite because I was on the phone, but like, I'm more scrappy, I guess.
What do you
I'm
mean?
also divorced, so
Oh, well, with my husband,
yeah.
I was being
I jumped
polite.
across the desk.
I was being polite because you were on the screen with me. Things can get a little hairy. Now shit, I don't. Oh, so he says it's 5 lines, not 3 pages, and she's still arguing with him about not wanting him to read it.
Oh wait,
But by the time that the time that she's wasting arguing with him,
I read
he
it.
could have been done reading it, and they could have fucking moved on.
Whoa, it's so frustrating.
I cannot stand her.
And 5 lines on a court transcript, like, you know what I mean, is like,
And she's like, it's already on the record, and
Wait.
I've already read this, Mr. Jackson. So
hold on, let me.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
He's like, bitch, you are fucking dramatic. It is not 3 pages, it is 5 lines. Stop being a drama queen. First thing in the morning. We don't know, Laura.
I don't know, Laura. Yeah, I don't
you
know.
Top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you're reading.
What?
colloquy between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was
Put it away.
specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. La Posada had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from Dr. La Posada related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. La Posada had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report, but no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows, that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. La Posada to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. La Posada having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites and not providing.
On some real shit, the jury shouldn't have even known her name. Wouldn't have even known her name if Hank
That's the
didn't.
point. That's
Yeah.
exactly the point. Hi, Schmid.
I think you're right.
That report to Dr. Russell. The Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very.
He does keep doing this just like now, and I don't know that they've addressed it. Hank's request to have Rentschler delete half of the slides. And it's almost like he literally was asking Wolf particular things that Wolf would then say, that's Rentschler's whatever. And then Hank's, okay,
and then Rentschler not be able to testify to it.
Right.
100%.
he needs to bring that into this argument. I know we haven't talked about this motion yet, but I feel he's doing exactly the same thing with Rentschler. You know what I'm saying? Well, he should say that. Too bad.
Yeah.
Not that it's going to matter, but
very, very deep and irremediable misimpression.
no,
They
I
used
think
it
high.
tactically as a sword and a shield. And that's
100.
burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. La Posada was consulted by the defense, number one, that she wrote a report, number two, that the report was about dog bites, number three, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number four, and the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. La Posada's opinion, would be harmful to the defense.
100%.
That's the only reasonable interpretation of those facts. And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. La Posada and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell because they didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. La Posada on the stand.
I mean, I think that's a really reasonable thing for him to say that they might be thinking.
That doesn't matter, Sleuthie. Reasonable.
I know.
They don't equate to each other.
I'm just saying in terms of some of the
Doesn't like the defense team. So anything that happens with them, I was watching Better Row last night, and he made such a good point. He was like, look at how pissed off she got when she thought that Alessi and AJ weren't paying attention to her.
Yeah.
Versus how pissed off she got about Brennan actually lying to the fucking jury.
Right. True. I don't even know if she doesn't like them. I just think I don't know if she thinks they're dangerous because they know stuff or she's doing something. I hate to be a conspiracy, but I can't understand her behavior in any other circumstance. other than something nefarious. Because it just makes no sense.
agree.
Doing the absolute opposite. Like I said, the same thing about Gull. I mean, like, but Bev is getting progressively worse. The longer as time goes on, she's still not Gull, but the longer as time goes on, like the worse she's getting. Like it's very obvious.
100%.
Her credentials are peerless, absolutely peerless.
I don't know.
They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away, and the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy.
It would look
How
so-
is the jury going to conceive that? How is that going to land with them? The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is if Dr. LaPosada's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her.
I agree with them.
If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. LaPosada says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. LaPosada and imply that Dr. LaPosada had opinions about dog bite wounds. And then they have it the other way, which is, let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. LaPosada from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell.
Absolutely.
That cannot stand. That ensures, it reasonably ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. LaPosada about her expert opinion, especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second, and that has, by the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial,
Okay,
not a
Bev,
fair
Bev,
trial that the Commonwealth designs, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. LaPosada's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific.
Listed right in the goddamn resume. Does anybody read the CVs around here besides the defense?
No.
To wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case, or in that course. She was a thesis.
No, Marco. Basically, he's saying Hank keeps on and did so with Dr. LaPosada, that he keeps like eliciting things about other expert witnesses with other witnesses. And the example he's using is when Dr. Russell was on the stand, the defense had never said anything about Dr. LaPosada, but then Hank was like, did the defense give you a report from Dr. LaPosada? Have you heard of Dr. LaPosada? Have you reviewed it? And she's like, no, but I would have loved to have seen the report. I would have loved to have reviewed it, blah, blah, blah. And AJ is basically saying that he did that on purpose because now the jury is going to be like, why did the defense not give Dr. Russell the report by Dr. LaPosada? They know that Dr. LaPosada was asked about dog bites. So whatever she thought and wrote in her report that they then didn't share with their other expert, Dr. Russell, must have been unfavorable to the defense. She must have thought that, or he must have thought, they must have thought, the defense must have thought that whatever Dr. LaPosada said about dog bites is not going to be good for them. And so now Hank is trying to get it so that Bev excludes Dr. LaPosada from talking about dog bites. And AJ's like, Hank basically set this whole thing up to make it look like we're trying to hide Dr. LaPosada's opinion of the dog bites to the jury. And if you exclude her from talking about it, that's all they're going to be thinking about. And so we were forced to call her to talk about shit, including dog bites. And now Brennan doesn't want her to be able to talk about dog bites. to make it worse in the jury's mind that like we're hiding things from them. What's not your fault? Oh, lose your shit on who?
Advisor for Master of Science, Graduate Medical School, Boston University, School of Medicine, taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7. Forensic Pathology, Course Director in Pathology, Course 205, taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal.
So you're saying somebody could just hit Control F on her CV and found all of the references to the classes she taught with dog bites.
Bites and specific to dog bites.
Oh, dogs.
Pediatric Forensic Pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. La Posada on the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals.
Yeah, she's not qualified.
The one that stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11, the one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries, New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified. I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition.
Then there's a bunch of experts that are no longer eligible to testify in Massachusetts, because if they're using her textbooks and her classes and shit to come up with their methodology, and Beverly Canoni is saying that that methodology is trash and not reliable, and she can't testify about that, well, then that seems like a big problem.
She's like, no, AJ, that's just for this case. All the other ones, I would be totally in agreement with you, but not here.
Dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did.
Methodology.
Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert, and that's exactly what Dr. La Posada testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They cannot walk up and say and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. La Posada opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. La Posada's opinion has never wavered. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Reed is entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
I need Yanetti's like deep, gravelly voice right on top of the microphone. We are outraged. That's what I need.
I honestly
pattern of
I
conduct.
don't know what's more infuriating to me. The fact that Brennan does this, number one, intentionally to manipulate everybody around him.
Mhm.
2, that Bev doesn't give a fuck.
Uh-huh.
Like I can't,
Like-
I don't know which one pisses me off more.
You had grave concerns over text messages that got deleted, even though you had a witness who could come in and talk about them and be asked questions and cross-examined about them. That caused you grave concern, but none of this other shit is even like making your hair stand up a tiny bit. You're not even a little bit annoyed at this. You're not concerned at all. This doesn't look weird to you as a judge. And I mean, obviously he's going to be like, I didn't open the door. The defense opened the door. They said, is the sky blue today? And that opened the door for me to be asking about Dr. Laposada to Dr. Russell. What is that? Oh my God, is that my sound? Are you going to add it for me?
I am going to add it for you. I've been
Oh,
working
yay!
You're like, what is that?
Yeah, because it sounded funny through the speaker or whatever.
Yeah, because it's what's on my other screen. So,
Well, it only took till the last witness, but we got it. So obviously he's going to stand out and say, you're the problem. And she's going to be like, you're right. They are the problem. Let's move on.
That stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders, and deliberate.
Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything that Alan Jackson just said?
just sit down, Brennan, you piece of shit.
And that is the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility.
What? You
What?
are the one that asked Dr. Russell. Like, remember, he kept going on and on about how you were the only expert in the entire country who can testify to this. Like, I'm 99% sure that's not even what she said. She said she was one of very few.
What the fuck is he even talking about already, though? To vouch for their own credibility? When does the defense ever ask the witness to vouch for their credibility?
Do you think you're smart?
This guy is a fucking idiot.
They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible.
What?
And they use their witnesses
an
to
example.
introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay.
Give us an example.
Dr. Russell took the stand and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility.
By you.
Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed.
You're the one who
defense
said that.
had Dr.
You
Russell.
questioned her on that.
This is
They
Dargo.
didn't question her on
This is
that.
Dargo.
You were the one who had her say it. So you're using their witnesses to vouch their credibility. You're doing that, Brennan, not them.
The gaslighting is so next level that, like,
It's disgusting. He's such a manipulative piece of shit.
and it keeps working. It keeps working. She keeps letting it work. Why would he ever stop? Look at his body posture. Look at how he's leaning on this podium. He knows that she's going to agree with everything he says. Right here, Chelsea. Like, not only does she allow him to do it, she endorses it. When she keeps not letting him have any repercussions for his behavior, like, why would you ever do anything different?
Right.
If he doesn't get in trouble or put us, like, not for nothing, but with that whole jury instruction, which is what I thought we were going to talk about this morning, that whole jury instruction was absolutely not it. She didn't say anything about, like disregard. She didn't even say, don't consider it, strike it from your brains.
No,
She literally only
nothing.
said it was caused by this day by Maureen Hartnett, not on
Yep.
the 29th. That's all she said.
Yep.
So I thought they were going to bring that up. And so because she didn't issue an instruction, it's basically like, Mr. Brennan was fucking wrong. He gave you incorrect information or an implication that it was done on the night of the 29th and it was not, or the morning of the 29th. Like, she didn't put him on blast. So what's stopping him from doing it again? If he thinks, so that instruction was meant to deter him from doing it again, right? Why would it? Why would it? The jury probably didn't even know what the fuck she was talking about. I just want to be done.
All but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position
No, she
to
didn't.
give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell,
I've been practicing that word.
and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. La Posada, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. La Posada. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about
Okay, why did you even ask her about Dr. La Posada in the first place? That's a question I want answered.
a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. La Posada.
Why?
She
Why'd you ask?
denied it, and then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding,
Wait, did he just say that she denied ever hearing about Dr. La Posada?
Yes.
That
That's
is not true.
No, that is not true.
believed that
Truth
the
Wait,
doesn't matter here.
literally lie like this. She said she has the transcript right in front of her. So why doesn't she
He
say?
doesn't care either. The truth doesn't fucking matter. For
I'm
anybody
so
who cares
irritated.
about the truth, this is not the right case for you. I'm telling you.
I'm gonna end up breaking this chair because I keep leaning back. It goes all the way back. Like I just can't. She has the transcript right in front of her. She should be saying, Mr. Brennan, I'm looking directly at the transcript, and that is not true. She did not say that. Oh, I can't.
bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and
What was
since the
that?
defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But
No.
inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions. And so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. La Posada, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion of Dr. Sheridan. Dr. La Posada was voir dired briefly. She did not provide qualifications that she has a history of education or training on pattern wound recognition analysis as it pertains to dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis.
Okay, she didn't provide it, but if it's in her CV, which you have,
She said that she has done and
so many,
supervised and
believe it.
taught about dog
Yep.
bites. That's what she said. She's already said it to the judge when the judge was talking to her about it.
So he's like, it was on her, maybe it was on her CV, but she didn't testify to it on the stand. But like, have we forgotten about Burgess? Like, the man's CV said things that
It doesn't
he
matter. Just
never
doesn't matter.
had.
It just doesn't matter.
I don't have any blood pressure medicine because I generally have normal blood pressure, but like, I'm not doing great over here.
And so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
And why did you ask about her at all, you little rat?
Stand out about that speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites.
Why?
I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is not
Excuse
what I
me.
said.
What you said, you little bastard.
So, I,
Oh my God, he's like a child.
Didn't know what he said. Didn't know what he said. Didn't know what he said, Bev.
Like, really? You just turned, like, did you turn around in your chair to say that's not what, like, this is not your turn to speak. You already spoke and sat down. Be quiet.
Sit down, Brennan.
What a child. He's
I
shocked.
heard what Ms.
Jackson is like, what? Like what?
No, she's gonna be like,
Mr.
I heard
Brennan
what
said you don't need to.
you don't
Oh,
need to
here
tell
we
me.
go. She heard what he
Yeah.
said. She don't need to. She don't need to be told.
Tell me.
I'm starting it over.
I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse me.
No, I'm not going to.
So
That's not what I said.
I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I
argument.
quote his words? How about that?
What his words?
Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. LaPosada?
Yeah, see?
Those were his words.
One after the other.
Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals,
Yes, he
including
did.
Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question.
Yeah.
She didn't just elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. LaPosada was being hidden from Dr. Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. LaPosada to talk about the very dog bite wounds that I asked Dr. Russell about.
Yep.
That cannot stand as a scorecard.
Go ahead.
It's helpful if you read the entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right
Ah.
to object to an inadmissible
It's helpful if you read the entire thing with context, which I won't do. Oh, okay.
opinion.
That tracks for
So the
you.
suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create a narrative. It's improper.
All right.
The entire thing in context, which I won't do. We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here.
Who said anything about an ambush? Did I somehow miss that entire argument? I didn't hear Jackson say shit about an ambush.
Not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create a narrative. It's improper.
All right.
What are you even talking about?
I'll be out in 10 minutes on this, and we'll get started right away with Dr. LaPosada.
All right, record, please.
Dog bites. All right. So I'm not going to allow Dr. LaPosada to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction
Not saying that.
regarding burden shifting. So
I just think it's outrageous. I think the conduct is outrageous. And I don't think that the pure
I think it's outrageous. I think your conduct is outrageous. Well, maybe he said the pure conduct is out. No, he said your conduct is outrageous. He absolutely did. Good for him.
instruction to do anything except bring the point home again.
okay.
But if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, and it's consistent with an animal? Can we at least split the baby?
I will do that. I'll allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
I'd look to have the cross-examiner, because if you're going to allow a consistent opinion with a dog,
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
Okay, but she teaches classes about dog bites specifically. So why are we not allowing anything about a dog? Why are we being so fucking weird about this? If a dog bite never happened, Hank has a dog bite expert that he can put in his rebuttal. Why are we so bent out of shape about this? We've already talked about Chloe Cora.
Cora.
Like, what is
And that will
happening?
include- I'll come to sidebar before I display anything. That will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No. No, it will
Oh.
not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah,
So
what's your,
no visuals.
So Ipsy Dixit. Ipsy Dixit?
what's your foundation for denying that? Like, why are you denying that?
Of what an animal jaw looks like.
No.
Not allowed to even show what an animal jaw looks like.
No, we do not want the jury to see animal jaws in here.
He didn't even say dog. He said animal jaw.
No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
No.
No visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen
I will
is an animal bite. A brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So
Well, and so Dr. LaPosada is already on the stand. So the defense cannot talk to her. So how are they going to somehow like get her the message that she can't say dog bites, but she can say animal?
He can say animal. He's going to say animal.
Yeah, but then if
He's
she
going to
says,
ask one sentence. Whatever the fuck she says is what she says.
well, no, whatever
He
she
has
says, he's gonna.
He has to say animal.
Yeah, but he'll object to an answer. If she says dog bite in the answer, Brennan will object and she will sustain it. Yeah, what Chelsea said. If she says dog, which she would obviously be expecting to.
So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson?
We want that too, bitch.
Okay.
I want you to shut the fuck up, Bev.
All right. So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past
Whose
the
fault
break
is that?
without this anyway. I may have left it in the... I
Oh, you
left
left
it in
it
my
in
office
here?
anyway. So
You left it in
let's
your
just bring the jurors in and move forward with this.
You are the biggest time wasting.
All rise, please.
Good morning, Dr.
Teresa? I'm sorry. Sorry.
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. I will.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your
Here
Honor.
she goes.
Marco, Bev's a big, or not Bev, Bob is a big fan of the coyotes. The coyote possibility. Well, here we go. She's getting closer and closer. Dun-dun. Dun-dun.
You'd have to show me a coyote that's out hunting or doing anything like that in the middle when it's snowing. That's my biggest issue because we don't
They
have
do, but they
obviously
drag it.
snow here. We do have a ton of coyotes, and I can tell you they don't want to come out when it's raining. I can't imagine they'd want to come out when it's snowing. But
That's a hot weather. That's a hot weather coyote.
and so I'm wondering, like, is it a regional thing? I don't know. You'd have to show me coyotes in the snow that are like out. I just don't like in a
Well,
snowstorm.
I mean, I don't like to.
They come out in snow in upstate New York. Like not with snow on the
No,
ground.
Mr.
That's not what I mean. I mean like actively snowing. Do they come and hunt during active snow?
So, like, a good time to hunt, like, one of the biggest bucks I've ever killed was actually in the middle of a snowstorm because they typically lay down. Deer do. They'll lay down in the snow. Well, the color of their skin or their fur makes it easy to see them in the snow. Well, it makes them easier to see in the snow by coyotes too. And they're laying down. But as you know, like a coyote's only going to come out. And also, it wasn't really like a storm. But anyway,
You
they'll
and Chelsea-
drag. They would try to drag him into those woods that are right behind the house. Like they would have tried to drag him if he was dead.
Mhm.
But yeah, if a coyote knows that a storm is coming, and they do know because they're weird. They're like weird animals. They like know things. Animals do because they live out in the wild. They would be trying to like get a bunch of food because they like know that there's 7 feet of snow coming. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So they might.
But they're not out while
They
it's
otherwise
snowing.
wouldn't.
All right, let's listen to Heavy Breather.
What do you mean, ew, venison? Dude, deer meat is so delicious.
Yuck, no. Just play this before we can't be friends anymore.
Oh, we know you don't because you overcook all your meat. So
No, I'm not eating Bambi.
it's not Bambi. We don't kill baby deer. We kill big daddy deers.
Yeah, Bambi still.
It would be, I'm here to tell you that it's much more humane for a deer to die from me shooting it and it dying and not knowing that I was ever even looking at it, let
The only
alone.
way I'm okay, the only reason I'm okay with hunting is because I know of overpopulation when it comes to deer. But other than that, I don't want to know anything about it.
Well,
So-
I mean, I eat them for food.
That makes me happier. But still, I don't want to eat them.
But also, like I said, that's more humane than a bear eating them. Like most of the time, they're not just like dying of old age. You know what I mean?
I know.
Oh, here we go. Oh, they need to get, this lady needs to share her elephant trunk. This lady needs a breathing machine. Like, how is she on oxygen? She needs to be on oxygen, it sounds like.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry,
Good
Teresa.
morning, Dr.
Sorry,
Laposado.
Teresa.
Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were
Oh,
talking
okay.
about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Could we have Exhibit 165 with the court's permission, please?
While she's getting closer and closer, Teresa. I'm sorry.
I'd like you to take a look at a specific area. I could. There we go. Right here on this exhibit. Do you see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoon-eyed discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Could we have Exhibit 13, please?
Oh my God.
I want to draw your attention to this area of the vehicle. First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Could we zoom in on that area? Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about? If we call that a
Yes,
spoiler?
yes, I do.
Okay. Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at, say, 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded, thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If in fact a person were hit at, say, 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and then it would go across the eyeball, it would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down. We talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as coup contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a coup contra coup, a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain. And the brain is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under.
As a side note, we can relieve some of that pressure by drilling burr holes. If you didn't have that image, now you do.
The brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brainstem herniation, and that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
Your Honor, I have a document that I'd like to approach with.
Okay.
Yes.
Doctor, can you take a look at that document that I just handed you and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brainstem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T with there's a little accent somewhere there.
Caret over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration.
Honestly, Marco, she looks great for 72.
It's called brainstem herniation,
Oh my
and
God.
that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of the next, that document is next in order, subject to the order redactions.
Okay, so we'll take that into evidence.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, with the redaction, may I present the...
Not yet. 1 minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that
What are you
aren't
nodding at,
present.
man?
And you may find that these photographs are graphic and
But, like, this is a fucking murder trial. So we're going to need you to suck it up this one time because people do it every day all across the nation.
I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already been introduced into evidence. So your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries. themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it. So now you can.
At least this time she didn't say, if you don't want to look now and you just want to look later, you can, because I thought that was absolutely fucking outrageous. I'd never heard a judge say that before.
Display it.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document.
Oh,
I mean, do people really get grossed out by brains? Like, it's just the brain.
Just the brainstem.
Yes, this photograph shows the cross-section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next in order rather than the unredacted version.
All right, is there any objection to the switching the exhibits like that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, and the arrows point to that on there.
So this is gonna be the next exhibit?
That'll be it.
That's all. I mean, I can think of like a million other things in the
225.
gruesome and brain.
Thank you.
Is this the-
The other one will be for identification, the first one.
Thank you, Your
My
Honor.
day?
And that'll be FFF for ID.
You know, if they could state the basis for their objections, there would probably be less sidebars also. If we're thinking about where to cut, waste time. Beverly. Somebody get this lady a water and an inhaler.
Or at least move the mic away from her
Thank you, Your
mouth
Honor.
while she's not talking like that. It drives me insane.
Yeah, but then she's so soft-spoken that I think they're afraid then that she won't get close enough when she starts talking again. But like,
Can we just get her like a head mic?
I don't know how they don't have those ones that clip on their lapels at this point in 2025. But then again, they don't have proper air conditioning either, so they can't turn the air off. This lady will die.
Okay.
So nice pair of gaming headphones with a mic. Can you imagine I sit there? Okay, that's gonna go on my drawing list. Is gonna be to
Yes,
draw.
that's what I wanted to have. Like, can we get her like noise cancellation? Like, I don't know what else to do.
Huge one.
Can't stand the breathing. Like, I want to punch my computer screen.
I've been trying not to pause. I want to get you through.
Like, I feel like I'm going to go fold laundry until this is done.
So go do that. I didn't make my bed, and I have to do that. But go do your laundry. What do you need to hear from her?
I know. I already her. I know her 4 main points. I really want to hear Cross, but keep going. I'm fine. I'm just playing on my phone while this is happening, so I can.
We have
not
her closed
concentrate on it.
captions too, so you could mute her.
Oh, I could.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I'll do that.
Do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
And I'm
What
sure
is
she's
that?
very sweet. I don't mean it.
Excuse me, that's a cross-section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe, and it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed, and that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm holding a green laser pointer.
Oh, thank you.
Oh no, not this
The
thing
display to
again.
your right.
Why aren't they just using the spotlight for everybody? It's so much better. Can't see that green thing anywhere.
so the jurors can better see it.
I don't even know
Could
where
you
the
point
button is. Oh my
to
God.
the areas
Damn, that's
with that
behind you.
laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the swelling?
Okay, so, okay. Is that going on the?
It is, it's
Okay,
probably
thank
hard
you.
for you to see.
Oh, that's okay. So
for
this
everyone to
sort
see.
of roundish thing is the brain stem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled, with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding, with the blood looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation.
Yes.
How quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contra coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, excuse me, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness. Then the brain would start to swell, and within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem which control the heart and the respiration then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual, your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity. He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then
You mean like look at his text messages, unlock a phone with Face ID, relock his phone, walk a little bit?
And as the brain continues swelling and that brain stem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop. And within 15 or 20 minutes, then he could be dead.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
You testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your
here we go.
giving your qualifications. What is a patterned injury?
A patterned injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation, because I can say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that that object makes on the body, I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
If they
I'd
listen.
like you to look at another photograph, an exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please. With the
You
court's
know what's
permission.
weird though? She made it through that whole long
Yes,
speech.
Sure,
and didn't-
this may be one of the photographs as well,
Shut up, Beverly.
or there'll be a series.
Stop warning us we're not children.
Dr. La Posada, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it, informing your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is also a patterned injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below. So what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks.
So like
And then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So we have two parts really to this pattern injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scraping of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it with each little sort of granule making.
Okay, you're going to need to give them some examples of what things could have little granularity. Because to me, it sounds like you could be talking about dirt or even an asphalt berm.
Those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
What is the significance of the pattern when you say ridged pattern and there's two things we're looking at, the laceration?
Oh my God, I'm twitching for Teresa.
I can't,
a-
dude.
a-
Oh,
Oh,
it's so bad. I'm just standing
exceptionally
quiet. I'm just like, I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to
Yeah,
talk.
that
I'm not gonna say anything so that you could just get through this. I'm just on Twitter.
Teresa, go fold your laundry, go check your Twitter.
I didn't want to miss what she
versus
actually
the-
said, though.
defect
was so
above and
bad.
below that laceration.
Yeah, so what, what this injury tells me, and what I would tell the investigators, is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin. But that ridge also had, it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy grainy thing sticking up on it that would make each of then these little things. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
We can take that down. Did you, in furtherance of your investigation, coming to your opinions and conclusions, look at the area of 34 Fairview,
The outside, yes.
meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained. Jurors, disregard that comment, that question.
What part of the area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
excuse me, I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of,
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Lapasada, jurors. I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move on.
Let's stay with the outside of the home.
What?
Did you see the front lawn area?
yes, I did.
How did you, what did you note about the front lawn area?
Well, I was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that. Just answer the question specifically.
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing there. It was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass was very cold and very hard, the dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No,
Why do you say that?
because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star, because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
Do you have any training or experience in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who have suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more, and then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
at least 100.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scortibello's file, as it related to, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case?
She did put that on the death certificate,
Along with something else?
along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury
Yes,
as a cause
Miss-
of death?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
I'd like you to take a look. I'm
Show
sorry,
Mr.
may I approach you?
Yep, show Mr. Warrington.
Thank you, I apologize.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
Exhibit 226.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this a fair representation of what you were just looking at?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this, I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature, and this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the normal appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are little tiny craters, and they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we could have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up as well.
Okay.
Do you see the photograph on the right?
Yes.
What is that of?
This is the Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up when we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach. It's kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see, or do you see, any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No, no.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen. When you open the stomach at autopsy, you can see some redness of the normal lining of the stomach.
Did you, let me ask this first. Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right.
Yes.
That's Exhibit 164. Can you describe what those are? What are those darker areas?
Well, here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach. And there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion, or were you able to form an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
Yes.
All right, see its eyebrow for just a minute here.
We can take that down. May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the, it's my word, not yours, doctor, so forgive me, the defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the rugae or in and around the rugae on the gastric mucosa, did you note that there was a machine that was used for life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a mechanical device to administer chest compressions, and the company that makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies, so it's called a Lucas machine, and it can be attached to the body. Your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back, and so it just plunges, and it does mechanical resuscitation and chest compression, compressing the chest right over the lower sternum, about 2 inches or so, and it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions, where the attendants and the ERT people, they get tired continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
It's also most consistent. Like, you're getting the exact type of compression, the same depth and stuff every time.
You mentioned the sternum area
Yes.
of the body. Are there, you go without saying, are there organs?
I hope they have a Lucas
in the
device
area
there.
That's being compressed
Oh,
by a
really?
mechanical Lucas machine?
Oh, absolutely.
What do those organs include?
Well, ideally, they include the heart, because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out, but it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and in the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as, in addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
There's two documents that I'd like to show you. First,
Yes.
that document, and then after you're finished, familiarize yourself. First one and then the second one.
Yes.
Taking the first document that addresses the Lucas machine,
Yes.
how do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
These are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses those organs between the resuscitation paddle and the vertebral body and the backbone.
Doctor, are those photographs and graphs taken from peer-reviewed literature in the medical field that's normally relied on by other medical professionals?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that first document.
Right, subject to redaction?
I don't think so. I think that that one is not objected to.
Okay. All right, so would you hand
Oh,
that to?
sure, thank you.
Exhibit 227.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I know that's a little bit small and far away. We'll
Okay.
enlarge it as you need.
Okay.
It's not an eye test. Can you tell me what we're looking at? Yeah, let's take the top half of the document. What is that to the left, and then what's the machine in the
Okay,
middle?
so what you see on the left is a anonymous patient showing how the Lucas machine is placed onto the patient, where the arms are pulled up and clasped against these rigid mechanical bridges. And then here is the engine which puts the pump, and that's the pump which just goes up and down to do the chest compressions. And so that's how it's affixed to a patient.
To be clear, Doctor, that is not Mr. O'Keefe. That is
No, this is a
Could be a
Just
model.
An unknown
Okay.
person.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machine to the
Yeah,
right?
this shows the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it has a spring in there that the engine above it gives a certain number of compressions per minute.
And you said on average, the compressions per minute would be about what?
They should be around 100.
Okay. If we could go to the bottom half of the page of the graphics on the bottom. What are we looking at in this photograph?
Okay, we're looking at, on the left side, we're looking at a CAT scan, which scans a person who's had some injury from the Lucas compression machine, and it's a cross section. So the arrow here is pointing to the head of the pancreas and the area of the esophagus, and then the machine would compress down onto that. And the important part is that I don't know if that's working on there. The little thing that looks like at the very bottom, that's circular and then has a little, looks like a little steer head, that's the vertebral column, and that's bone. And so the pump is pushing in that area where the arrow is pushing those organs against the bony vertebral column. Excuse me. And that's on an actual patient that had that. Then on the right, it shows the schematic of the blue arrows indicating the force coming down. Then we see the organs, and the red arrows show how the pancreas can get hemorrhage, and also some of the esophagus that goes into the top part of the stomach. And we see that's, I can't really see where that, I think it's stopped.
Oh. May I approach you on?
Yes.
Oh, no, you've got it. Okay.
Could be a battery issue.
Okay. And then we see at the bottom with those three little things projecting from it, that is the vertebral body, which is made up of bone. So you can see how the chest compressions, not only, hoping to save the life by keeping the heart blood functioning, can also cause some injuries and damage, not life-threatening usually, to the other organs there.
We can take that down. Doctor, taking a look at the second document that's in front of you, do you recognize what's depicted in that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe, his chest, while he's at the hospital, which shows a lot of the resuscitation equipment.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of of Mr. O'Keefe at the hospital based on your review of the medical file?
Yes.
I'll move for the admission of that.
Okay.
Oh.
Exhibit 228. Then,
Permission to display briefly.
okay.
Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that is suggestive that where the Lucas machine was situated?
Yes, as I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression pump compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe. And it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down. Doctor, based on your review of the medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 in the morning, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around, over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated
Not a reasonable degree of Lucas device certainty?
earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia or complications associated with hypothermia and a body that's already passed away just cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe any signs of frostbite?
No.
No.
Did that have any weight concerning your opinion, overall opinion, as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
Well, if someone dies due to exposure to low temperatures, you expect to see not only the Wisniewski's ulcers, but you expect to see some frostbite changes in the extremities.
Based on your overall review of the medical records associated with Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
What is that opinion?
he died of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a minute, Dr. La Posada, and talk about patterned injuries elsewhere on Mr. O'Keefe's body. You've obviously talked about your training
here we
and
go.
experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
You've taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 167 with the court's permission.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you review and consider this photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
In order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of that? It may be obvious, but explain that for the jurors, please.
Well, when you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds, generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just in general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches the body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes.
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
Yes.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you can see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change. The other thing you see in an animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustained.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
They were, yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you. We can take that down. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
May I inquire?
Yes.
You indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct? His right arm, I should say, were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is something called post-mortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make, quote, injuries to the body. But we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through, so you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Sustained.
Do you believe it's important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
No, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you. We talked about the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause this same finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
Doubt it, Susie.
Were you able to rule that out?
Absolutely. Not.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
Tell me about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you come to an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were produced by a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
You indicated that you've done thousands of autopsies yourself, correct?
Yes,
You've supervised many times more than that.
correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
You know, hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes.
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
Yes.
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I.
Sustained.
What are some of the injuries that you would expect generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour?
Yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or a SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue, it gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who has been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over to sidebar.
May I inquire?
Yes.
I forgot where I left off, so I'm just going to pick up
Okay.
as best my memory can serve me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX570.
No, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you. As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think about.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask it a different question. Do Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
Why do you say that?
First of all, those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going to strike that.
I love that.
And let's see you at sidebar.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In your report, Doctor, you indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I
And
wrote that. That
Do you
was my-
stand by that?
Yes, that's my conclusion.
And you also wrote, his arm had no tissue bruising from impact injury. Do you remember writing that?
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. Do you remember writing that?
I did.
And do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote that you noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you indicated that that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
You reviewed the entirety of the medical records associated with the autopsy,
Yes,
including photographs,
taken to the hospital, yes,
okay, and autopsy photographs,
yes,
and other data and documentation, correct?
yes.
Are x-rays an important part of an autopsy generally?
Oh, yes, usually there are x-rays taken of the body prior to the examination.
What do x-rays show? Why are those important?
They're important because they show foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
That may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Oh my God. Do you know what that is? So you might have stepped away and I understand. You know what these are? These are x-rays. These are printed out x-rays. Didn't Welcher tell us that basically we didn't know if he had... Listen, Welcher said that there were no x-rays done, and he implied that there absolutely could have been breaks in his bones that we just don't know about because they weren't visibly obvious. And we didn't have any x-rays. These huge things, I mean, they could have been CT scans too, but likely not. These are probably just x-rays. These huge fucking pieces of paper are x-rays printed out. Wow. I love how he's making this so dramatic. They are printed out. They are not going to go on the screen. These are John's x-rays.
May I approach?
Okay.
Yep, show us the x-ray. I hope Hank's shitting himself. So the question becomes, was Welcher not provided any x-rays? Did Hank tell him that they didn't exist? Or did Hank lie? I mean, not Hank. Well, Hank lies all the time, but I meant Welcher. This don't look great for Welcher, who's getting up on a rebuttal.
Yes.
Oh, now he wants to approach. Wonder why? Could it be because the x-rays were said not to have existed? Oh, this is the long one. Real long one. You son of a bitch. You lying sack of shit. Oh, look at the turtle. Oh, look at what's his name? Oh, what the hell's his name? I have notifications set up for him. Now it's going to bother me. Ted Daniel, maybe? Is this Paul's stunt double? Show us the x-rays. Seriously? Thanks shit himself. He must be. That was the longest sidebar so far. Mm-hmm.
Joanna, may I approach?
Yes.
On the court's bench, there's an item right up the tree back.
Bro, she's got all the x-rays sitting in front of her. I'm so dead.
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
Uh-huh.
Okay? And we'll do that afterwards. Just please go ahead.
Is she a little nervous too? Weird.
You see any x-rays?
I did.
What were the x-rays of?
Oh my God.
The x-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office.
Oh.
And they were x-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
Wow. So even the implying that he got hit by the bumper in his legs and we didn't know if he actually had an injury there. So, but what pisses me off about this is not only is this now proven that Welcher is full of actual shit, but on top of that, there were so many questions that could have been asked during Welcher's first testimony that were objected to and sustained. And so they couldn't talk about that because certain shit didn't exist. And he said this never happened. And, you know, wouldn't you expect injuries on his legs? Well, we don't know if there was injuries on his legs because there was no x-rays obtained. Like, good thing he's coming back for rebuttal. And I almost wonder if Hank's going to rethink that.
Did you specifically review x-rays of his right appendage? Hand.
So now we do know for sure John did not break any bones because they did have x-rays. And not only the x-rays, but she also said that Dr. Scortibello said that she is, or that she like basically cut him open to see each layer of the skin to see if it was damaged and stuff. She would have seen his bones as well.
And forearm, arm.
Yes, they were included in the x-rays.
Have you seen x-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review x-rays?
Oh,
to make
absolutely.
a determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, it's part of the medical legal autopsy to study the x-rays of the deceased.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained on how to read x-rays?
yes,
Do you have to be a radiologist to read an x-ray as a medical doctor?
no,
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an x-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's x-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes,
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
no bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes,
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
no, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No breaks,
Correct, no breaks.
fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at the upper arm x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
yes,
Did you note any defects in the bony structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
no, the bones were 100% intact.
No breaks, fractures, hairline fractures?
Correct, none of those.
Was there any indication in your mind, based on your review of those three x-rays, the hand, forearm, the arm, that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Okay.
Sustained.
Was there any indication, based on your review and your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact, no breakage, no fractures.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Examination.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. La Posada.
6 minutes till the afternoon.
Aha.
Good afternoon.
He said, okay, fuck you, Hank. So now that she's heard his pride of fuzz, and also she said all the things she said and now outed the x-rays that actually do in fact exist, he's going to be a cunt, and he's probably going to hit that she's old, something about her experience. He's going to say, why can't you name a single class or thing that you took or went to that specifically talked about dog bites? Then he's going to get angry because the defense brought up dog bites when really it was him.
That's okay.
That's okay. She's not sorry, bitch. Nobody's sorry. Yeah, her memory, all that.
You wrote a report.
Her breathing. He's going to say, are you sure? How do we know that your brain has as much oxygen as it needs? You seem a little breathless. Do you get breathless when you're asked hard questions?
In this case, doctor,
Yes, I did.
Did you read it, Hank?
do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand, you had your hand in front of your
Sure,
mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he
Yes.
suffered from,
yes,
that caused his death.
yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed, it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
What do you mean thrust?
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 2 of your report, Dr. La Posada.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question. Feel free to take it, but I want to.
Yes. Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
No, absolutely.
So, Dr. La Posada, what did you mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analyses.
And you can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
What do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
Yes, significant force.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps,
Sure,
MRIs.
yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain?
Well, they might.
That comment, he sounds like a total dumb fuck. Because obviously, CT scan, did he say CAT scan? Like, what a fucking loser. CT scans and MRIs obviously will not show a brain as well as physically cutting into the brain and looking at it. Like, what an idiot. Who says that? Why, when he was formulating that question in his brain, what on earth made him think that that made sense?
Subdermal hemorrhages?
Subdermal hemorrhages? You fool. What a fool.
Subdural.
Subdural. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, listen, already she deserves a reward, an award, a reward. I'm now willing to deal with her heavy breathing.
Hemorrhages.
Subdural. Dumbass.
Yes, they can.
Herniations?
They can.
Oh, I'm loving this.
Do you have any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate?
No, they're not inadequate, dickhead. Not for alive people whose brains you don't want to cut in half.
Adequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. LaPosada, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at all where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
I understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing a brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake?
To do what?
To try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury.
I'm going to allow it because of prior testimony.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
And can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
And a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon, it would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're focused on the brain, yes?
A neurosurgeon does brain surgery.
And so, how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help you?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the interns and residents.
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
Maybe once a month we would have a routine conference.
And again, the neuropathologist that's dealing with a person's brain after they're already died.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved, yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact, every day when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously,
And
yes.
so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
You know, this is Glasgow, but you've heard of Guzman?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
Bro, he knows that this lady deals with dead people's brains. And so what we have here is a dead person's brain. The fact that he keeps constantly bringing up what would or could or should have happened or been observed when he was alive is absurd because nobody saw him alive. Like if he thinks his neurosurgeon is more qualified than this lady to talk about his brain, that's kind of crazy. Because Dr. Wolf, the neurosurgeon, also didn't see the progression of John's brain injury.
I'm generally familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever read any statistical studies attempting to correlate
Also, is he aware that like this lady did have to go to medical school and like learn all the things that doctors learn also, like doctors that treat live patients?
the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I am aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and die of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer coup counter coup will go into a brain surgeon center,
Sure.
and many of
Sir, maybe you should try not to say medical terms. That's just my suggestion. Maybe you should stop trying to say medical terms.
them pass after time, don't they?
Now, and every case is different.
Right.
100%.
Some might live for an hour, hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury.
It
Isn't that fair to say?
it depends on the case.
In this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive
You can absolutely tell depending on the severity of the injury and specifically what the injury is to.
skull fractures to the base of the skull, and there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
Where the fuck you pulling that
I
one
don't
out?
know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clivus fracture, coup counter coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
With a clivus fracture, coup counter coup. Are you aware
Right.
that 1/3 of those
We're gonna fact
patients
check him.
survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show, have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
Nobody gives a fuck.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
All right. Traumatic clivus fractures are exceedingly uncommon skull-based fractures that occur as a result of high-energy craniofacial injury. The longitudinal subtype of clivus fractures are associated with a mortality rate of 67 to 80%. Clivus fractures. This is from the NIH. Fractures in the clivus region are usually associated with blunt head trauma. They may cause many cranial nerve deficits and vascular complications. The mortality rate is high because of brainstem trauma or vertebrobasilar occlusion. The diagnosis of kind of difficult, blah, blah, blah. CT scan revealed clivus fracture in 9 of 2,500 patients with head trauma. That's only 0.36% of these patients. The patients ranged in age from 17 to 68, with a mean age of 38.3. 5 patients had had motor vehicle accidents. 3 were injured in falls, and 1 was a pedestrian injured by a motor vehicle. 5 patients had longitudinal fractures, and 4 had transverse fractures. Cranial nerve deficits were recorded in all patients. Deficits, we don't care about that. We review the literature. So they're exceedingly rare.
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have
depends.
you,
Okay, go
She's like, listen, dickhead, I know more than you do. Please trust and believe that.
ahead.
please,
Yeah, she will.
did you want to say?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
she understood the question, you piece of shit.
Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, name it.
No, but that's not the case we have here.
And so
God.
in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's
Neither do you.
wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the and the progression of the brainstem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively
So did
when
Dr.
his
Wolf.
brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
And you can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his postmortem photos.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
I'm so dead.
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantify medium
So I'll
to
strike
large,
the comment.
please.
Large
Ask the
range to
question,
who?
Mr. Brown.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough
Not small.
to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right.
Ah, you
And so when
dumbass.
you're telling
Oh, I
us you
love
can
her.
identify that he immediately died or died within
Love her
15
so-
minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For you to give that opinion,
My experience.
I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and
And-
there's a
Because I know how much force it takes to break a skull, and especially one that is extensively fractured as his.
lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
because of the extensive number of skull fractures,
So are you saying it was medium or a large force?
medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
She is so unfazed by him, it's not even funny.
What other objective criteria do you have?
Like, probably one of the worst decisions he ever made was forcing them to call her.
To support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
With my training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
Great answer.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
And in this case, you didn't
died.
have any opportunity to observe the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Because he died.
I wasn't there.
You had-
The body told me what happened to it.
You have
Oh, we
no
have another
assessment
crystal ball.
of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night, do you?
I do, from understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled And there's no, after injury, tissue swells, and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells, except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
So basically, she's saying you wouldn't have had that if there wasn't swelling. So that's how I know there was swelling.
Undoubtedly, but it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You see inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I know there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So
She's like, stop telling me about autopsies that I literally do all the time and you have not done once.
there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
Also, Hank sounds so stupid to sit here and be like arguing with her over whether it was medium to large force that caused the fracture, because that's still consistent with what he's trying to claim happens. So you're really just on a quest to discredit her, even though what she's saying still helps you. I mean, what?
Be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, I do know the amount of force because of the amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes.
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis?
Yes.
And that's sometimes called raccoon eyes?
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you saw the bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photographs?
Well, it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basilar skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in the person's eyes?
No, as soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries. And it starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes, you can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes...
Yeah, I would disagree with that, because like anybody that's had like nose surgery, like I had to have my deviated septum fixed long ago, and they broke my nose for it. And like when I woke up from surgery, I had black eyes.
At least 1 to 2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. It starts immediately.
Do you have any studies that you've relied on, or literature or support for that?
I understand the physiology of what happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies
Yes, Hank. Every medical textbook.
or literature to support that?
That's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this time. I could certainly go look it up and bring it to you.
Okay. Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
The wounds.
You see a linear abrasion?
Yes, vertical lines, yes.
Now, would you characterize this as a classic wound caused by falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean every wound is different?
Yeah.
Every wound is different?
Sure, every person's different, every way you get injured is different.
And so if somebody falls backward on their head and suffers the basal fracture, the wound from your perspective can look different.
Yeah, it depends on what they fall on.
Depends on the impacting surface.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wounds on the same surface, say two people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
In theory, if they fell, if they rotated their body, if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it
Oh, okay.
hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
The frozen ground is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
It could be, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes.
didn't you?
Yes.
The area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
In the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs of when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass, so it was some green, some brown that was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs,
Well,
yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was?
I can't believe he's having the audacity to ask that when we're talking about evidence and where the evidence was found. It's acceptable for him to say that a general area in the lawn was enough.
Found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the ground where his head was? Can you identify that?
No, and neither can you, because no one took photographs of exactly where his head and body were.
Yes, with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
But not his head,
And
ma'am.
you had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
Do you,
Is it
Hank?
smooth?
Did you dig up the yard so you could know what was under it? Exactly what the grading was?
The front lawn was a
It
smooth
was a
surface?
flat surface
Flat.
covered with grass.
Okay, and do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any pebbles, rocks, debris
I didn't see any.
from the photo?
Correct.
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge
Do you?
that exact area where he ended, what the turf was like, do you?
Turf.
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body
So
from.
you're relying solely on the photographs, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything that could cause abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause that pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
Could be. If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
And if they're on an incline,
What if they're thrust?
There you go, the thrust.
well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
Well, what if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think their head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just,
Are we forgetting that it could bounce? I mean, a head can bounce after it's hit.
a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
And they're all within What about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions.
There were maybe an inch, inch and a half.
Inch and a half? Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on their head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp. And then with a little bit of movement, those vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
So really, it could be like a concrete step and a walkway, or maybe even just a walkway. You know how it has like panels, like a walkway will be like one square panel, then a little gap where there's like grout or whatever in between, then another square panel. Could have been like that.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh,
Ew, what the fuck is wrong with him? And also, it's pretty audacious to say that when you've never held a brain in your hands, you've never seen an actual brain in real life. Tofu?
gross. What do you mean?
Gross. Yeah, exactly.
It is soft.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of
Well,
it?
it depends on what kind of tofu you have.
Okay.
Everyone's laughing at you, Hank. Who the fuck compares a brain to a food?
Do you think that the orbital could have broken when the break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures, if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break, when it separates, could have caused those orbital fractures?
Not on their own.
I don't understand your question.
Okay.
If his question or suggestion is that just breaking that bone and nothing else happening, like, no, then I would say no. What?
When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
100%.
Yes.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye, when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the basal fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact to the back of the head,
And push the brain
radiating
forward.
to the front of the
Yeah.
front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or was that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those. But in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front. But it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess
Right, because your brain's floating around in fluid. It's not like held down by a bungee cord.
my question is, when you've provided the opinions
Your
generally of
question's
what
low.
you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions, or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
Well, when you told us about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
Yeah, both.
It could have been both?
Sure,
Okay, could it have been just the basal fracture?
that's possible.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay.
She's
Was
a
there any
great
depressed fracture to Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could leave a depressed skull fracture.
It would.
Certainly. You can hit somebody on the head with a hammer and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
There was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
You gave some opinions today about you gave some opinions about wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
Sure.
Could we have that photo brought up,
Would you
please?
really, though? Are you sure?
Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify in that photograph?
Did she testify to puncture?
See, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the
Love
cause
it.
was. I'm going to ask you just about the wound. How many punctures do you see?
Well, this doesn't show, there are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas, you could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures
Oh, my
you see?
God.
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
I what?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your
I
report,
recall all the
you
photos.
describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
And according to you, there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
Can medical professionals disagree on
Yes.
opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct. They weren't caused by that.
She's very matter of fact.
Broken plastic or
wouldn't.
glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an
Irregular pattern.
array of irregular, random injuries.
And this is
It can have infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south, or east and west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
Stop trying to sound stupid.
I'm not quite clear on your
Okay,
question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there is no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
They can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
Okay. How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that change, couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
It's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Okay. When you considered your differential
Dude, she's so close to just calling him an idiot. I'm waiting for it to accidentally slip out of her face.
diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did.
That's irrelevant. What would be more relevant is if there's any DNA on all the shards you claim tore up his arm.
Not look at any DNA.
Did you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Sense for there to be
Did you
hair.
consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
As a
Do you
matter
know
of
if his hat?
As a matter of fact, if his shoe flew off his foot, like I'm surprised there's no injury to his foot. Or if he twisted around like the dummy did, why he didn't like tear some ligaments or muscles or tendons or anything in his ankle, like no injury to his ankle either.
Stayed with him after he landed on the ground.
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Pockets.
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
Or try to bring up grass again.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
What a freak.
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you would find on a cell phone?
No.
Did you look at any of the
Why does-
data evidence from the defendant's Lexus?
No, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
Which it didn't.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Oh my word.
Okay. So you
Love
didn't
it.
care to know anything about the car, the data in the car, because you had already formed your opinion?
It did not hit him, so it was not
Oh.
relevant to my opinion.
Is that a different way?
By looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with a vehicle. So
Oh.
whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
Oh.
And so you didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle? It was totally irrelevant to you?
Correct.
He wasn't expecting
And
that.
did you also disregard, well, let me ask you, do you ever look at statements?
What statement?
I look at witness statements if they're available to me.
Were any of the defendants' statements made available to you?
I did hear some of them.
Did you consider the ones that you heard?
Of course.
I think they're
Which ones did you hear?
I know, I really can't answer that. I don't know what you'd have to give me an example.
She's a good witness.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe was first incurred his injury, you think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think
Oh,
that
so he moved
the
on?
severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe
Hypothetically.
incurred his injury sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head,
And neither-
but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
Good for you. She's excellent. She's
Yeah.
better on cross than she was on
Approach
direct.
sidebar, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now you need a sidebar? Little bitch. He is her little bitch. Old thick neck looks uncomfortable. Yeah, I think she's better.
Okay, thank you.
Wait,
Lunch. Lunch will be about 50 minutes or an hour.
lunch? Oh, I guess they're going to argue something. Here we go. And I'm here to tell you, this argument needs to be cutting into Bev's lunch. So whenever this argument is done, however much less she has of the 50 minutes, that's what she has to stuff something in her mouth.
May be seated.
I hate her outfit today.
So, Mr. Brennan, if you can briefly tell me what it is you want to introduce through this witness.
Oh, panicking girls.
To remind the court, on direct examination, the defense
You don't need to remind-
promoted Dr. Lapasada's credentials, including specifying her successes with the station nightclub fire and her running of her office. We have an audit from 2005, State Department.
Why didn't you bring up the Canton Police Department audit? But you're bringing up something with Dr. Lapasada's office up there from 2005, not 2025, like we have for the Canton Police.
Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health.
She made people laugh at him over more than just the tofu comment. She made a fool of him almost with every question.
In that audit, it paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination. In that audit, they investigated the chief medical examiner, and they compiled the history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. Lapasada. There were no reports, incomplete reports, and unsigned reports.
The audacity! Does he understand what his case has been? Oh, the audacity. I'm going to be quiet and let him finish.
Of over 1,500 individuals between June 30th, 2000 to June 30th, 2005. So in that 5-year period, there was an extraordinary number of individuals that weren't properly attended
Did he say the number? What was the number in 5 years?
to, showing negligence, if not malfeasance. It was recommended that the standards, policies, and practices of Dr. Lapasada's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies. In addition, it was noted that the incomplete reports confirmed.
So incomplete, not that she lied. Has nothing to do with her credibility. So it's weird to be wanting to bring this in because it doesn't have anything to do with her credibility. Now, if the reports were wrong, if she got like, I don't know, determinations overturned or whatever, like that would probably be something else. But like,
confirmed that there was significant concerns with the historical management practices of the medical examiner's office shortly after Dr. La Posada resigned. In addition,
Oh, this
it
is
was
so
promoted that in the station nightclub fire, Dr. La Posada had a heroic effort, and in her testimony, she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf in front of 34 Fairview Road.
What?
She suffered the same criticism for hours and hours after the station nightclub incident. She was contacted with a request to come.
Did anybody else hear that as implied? I personally didn't. I feel like the only thing that she said that the medical examiner erred on was basically the ulcers, like the ulcers and the hypothermia. I'm going to rewind and then shut up because I don't understand what he's trying to say.
In nightclub fire, Dr. La Posada had a heroic effort, and in her testimony, she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf in front of 34 Fairview Road. She suffered the same criticism for.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I'm just going to put that on the record. I do not remember her doing that, saying that about the medical examiner.
Hours and hours after the station nightclub incident, she was contacted with a request to come to the scene. She refused to come to the scene, did not appear for at least 17 hours, directly on point to the claims that she's making against other people. Is the
I didn't hear a single claim she was making against other people, but also what are the circumstances of why she didn't show up for 17 hours? She's old.
Same conduct she engaged in.
I didn't hear anything about that.
Scale.
And technically that's not more extreme, right? Because she eventually did show up to the nightclub, whereas the Emmy here did not show up to the scene. But also, I don't remember her saying that at all. Give me the quote.
Testified in Commonwealth versus Tompkins. In Commonwealth versus Tompkins, she was listed and testified as an expert, attempted to testify as an accident reconstructionist, which was denied. Inevitably, the court made conclusions. Actually, in that case, her efforts to be an accident reconstructionist were denied. Then she testified in a case called Patino. And in Patino, after testifying, she received great scrutiny and criticism from the court. The court noted on page 1025 of the transcript, when Dr. La Posada gave the testimony, she knew the boy wasn't like this because he fell off a bed. She knew the mother was lying. She read the text messages and knew the defendant had beat the boy. The only reason I conclude that she offered such testimony was to distance the defendant from causing those bruises, setting up an argument against malice, but instead destroyed her credibility. On cross-examination, she came across as a hired gun. Sometimes it's seemingly small things that impeach a witness's credibility. Inevitably, on the credibility determination by the court would agree. The jury gave greater weight to the testimony of Dr. Gilson and Snelling than they did Dr. La Posada for the reasons I addressed previously. The jury was justified in discounting her testimony and concluding the other doctors testified apparently impartial. While she appeared as a paid advocate, at least on this occasion, without impugning the witness's integrity, because that witness is known to the court, but in this case, when she testified, she was not credible. That's a direct credibility determination by another tribunal about her testimony. So I would like to, and that's why I came sidebar rather than ambush, to give the court notice that I'd like to get into the criticisms regarding her run as medical director that led to resignment after she was audited and left 1,500 bodies unattended or incomplete. Also get into the criticisms she received for her handling or lack of handling of the station nightclub fire, and finally get into the adverse credibility determination in the Patino case.
So I'm not familiar with the Patino case. So I'll need a copy of that.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, Mr. Brennan said that the audit established that, as the chief medical examiner, the audit revealed that she left 1,500 bodies unattended, was his quote. Bodies unattended. That's absolutely not what happened in that situation. It was a political situation. The medical director for Rhode Island came in and took over. He began to change protocols and cut quality control. He said he did not want a second set of eyes on any of the reports, not the autopsies. There was never a suggestion, ever, that an autopsy was not performed efficiently and timely. Never.
Yeah, I figured he was wording that improperly to make it sound that way.
The reports that were attendant to the autopsies,
Exactly.
it was a two-tiered set of criteria that Dr. LaPosada put in place to establish quality control and quality assurance. First, the medical examiner
And not for nothing, but Hank Brennan is a defense attorney. He better hope he never, ever, in any of his previous cases, ever hired Dr. LaPosada or had her testify on his client's behalf, being as how he's now saying that something from 20 years ago he's aware of, that her credibility is trash.
conducts the autopsy and writes a report. Then the doctor herself, the chief medical examiner, because she is a perfectionist, determined that she was going to establish a protocol in which she would put eyes on every single report, hundreds and hundreds of reports per year. In doing so, she had to prioritize which reports were going to take a priority, which ones were being subject to litigation, which ones were going to be subject to criminal cases, and which ones were never going to be subject to any review at all. For instance, if somebody was found, let's say somebody that was without family, etc., found and unidentified, there's no litigation attendant to that report, she would put that report aside and get to that report after she dealt with the reports that were on sort of on the front burner, if you will. After, by the way, none of the reports were ever not done. They were all completed. There were a small fraction of reports, according to the audit and according to Dr. LaPosada herself, that had to take a back seat. When the medical director came in 2005, by the way, this is 25 years ago, right? These are autopsies that were performed, and the audit was performed for autopsies and reports dealing with the year 2000. It's 2025. This is 25 years ago. When the new medical director came in for Rhode Island, he said, I don't want any review of any of the reports because it's more efficient and it's faster to get the reports out in a timely fashion. She resisted and said, I will never, ever, and she was published saying this, I will never, ever sacrifice quality for speed. I want the highest quality coming out of this office. They had a difference of opinion. She walked away because he was asking her, the new medical director was asking her to sacrifice quality of the conduct that she was undertaking as the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. So it's a very different circumstance than was just suggested. No bodies were ever left unattended, ever. Certainly did not involve the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance. It was a backlog, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number two, with regard to the Station nightclub fire, her staff was on location immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner, was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her opinions and conclusions in this case. The Tompkins case, we've already talked about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing with accident reconstruction, which she's not undertaking. I'm not asking her, and she ain't saying.
I've excluded that part of it based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right, and I don't know anything about the Patino case, and what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were. We don't know what the trial was about. We don't know what the cross-examination was about. We don't know why she was called. We don't know what she looked at. We don't know why she was looking at what she did look at. We don't know why she didn't look at things that she might not have looked at. We don't know why her opinions and conclusions were ultimately rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that. But I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that. Also, I will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. LaPosada personally no fewer than 4 or 5 times. Maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality of her work. He's actually undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner and a consultant. So I don't believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station fire has anything to do with anything because she was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day, and she had an entire staff that was there immediately. And in terms of the audit, it's a 25-year-old political fight that isn't quite what Mr. Brennan made it out to be. So I don't think any of these things are relevant for cross-examination. I'll submit.
All right.
I just want to make a note that Attorney Jackson has a way with words to just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. Laposada 4 or 5 times. And so that is just a mischaracterization which he likes to do for the public. But the reality is I've used her a few times, and the last time I used her, I'm not going to disclose why I don't use her anymore because it would be unfair without her in the room. But the suggestion that somehow I'm endorsing the qualifications of this witness, I am not. That's what I'm going to say on the record.
Okay. So the first 2, the backlog issue, if we can call it that, with the ME's office, I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to get into that through questioning. Same with the station nightclub fire, based on the testimony already in evidence. Those 2 areas, and Mr. Jackson, without leading, you can certainly go back and rehabilitate her. But those 2 will come in. I'm not going to do anything with Tompkins because I used it for the basis of keeping out what appeared to me to be biomechanical engineering opinions of this witness, and she's not qualified to do that. So I have not read Patino. I will read it over the lunch break and see if we get anywhere with that. Okay, so I need a copy of that. I want you to give Mr. Jackson a copy as well.
I will.
Okay?
He has a copy.
Okay, so,
I didn't know that. I appreciate that.
all right.
The only other thing, I don't know if we're going to handle it now or after lunch or later, but I want to address the issue of the 3 post-event.
Okay, so let's mark those now.
Sure.
Can we mark them all as 1 A, B, C?
I have no preference one way or the other. It's just 3. You're all
Mr. Jackson, if you can I just see it?
Of course.
Just hold up the size. ID, yeah.
Yeah, it would be, yeah. Just to mark them.
You know what, show me that one again too, please.
Exhibits H, quadruple H, and I, through I.
All right. All right. Mr. Brennan, there's no objection to these coming in through another witness, so you agree that they'll be coming into evidence?
I'll stipulate
All right. And what's the objection to them coming in through Dr. Laposada?
it's not part of the report or opinion. I think she's gone beyond her report, talking about the fact that she's studied x-rays and given an opinion. I think that suffices. It really, I think, is beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with. I'd be gracious with it. Stipulate these, I'm sure Dr. Wentz will utilize it.
So you'll stipulate to them prior to Dr. Rentschler?
I will.
So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler.
I expected that I could, because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. But I should be subject to the entry of evidence in the defense case in chief. I understand I can use them in Dr. Rentschler's testimony, but I want to use them with Dr. Laposada. She's a medical doctor.
Would you-
Considered them for purposes of her opinion. I cannot understand.
So what do you want to ask her about them?
Are these the x-rays that you reviewed? Yes, that's it. That's
Okay,
it.
okay. So go ahead.
The reason Hank doesn't want you to ask that is because he doesn't want the jury to know that x-rays did in fact exist. And Welcher said they didn't.
If that's all he's gonna ask, I won't have a problem.
Okay, yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
That's it. Literally, you see the x-rays that we talked about a little bit earlier? Yes. This is the right hand? Yes. That's the arm? Forearm? Yes. That's the upper arm.
All right. So they're cumulative, but if they're coming in anyway, I will let you put them in.
Thank you.
All right. So the last thing is Dr. Rentschler. I need to hear argument from both sides. I have a new PowerPoint. So I'll hear both of you. Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you on your motion.
So I guess she's going to say Welcher can do a new PowerPoint and then sit on the stand and admit that he updates it daily, but Rentschler's not going to be allowed.
We've received the most recent update to Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint. There are some additions, different analysis in that PowerPoint. This is within 24 hours of him testifying. There are
Did you forget that the defense is still waiting for you to turn over Welcher's new presentation?
opinions on page 6 and 8 of his May 7, 2025 report. And there are a number of numbers that we have objections to. Dr. Rentschler just generally shouldn't be allowed to express opinions and conclusions about what he thinks about the case or about other
All right,
witnesses.
so I'm looking, I think, at the new,
Do you have a copy of the new one?
from today, page
You're talking about the report from May. You've had plenty of time to discuss that and review it.
6. So what I have are just photos with measurements, so I don't know what the testimony that corresponds with those. I've read, obviously, the report of Dr. Rentschler from May 7th. That does not seem to detail everything, and that's no criticism. I'm just saying it's a scant report, so I don't know what the opinions are regarding these.
I'm sorry. Yep.
I
Please.
didn't want to speak over Mr. Brennan, I apologize. I just wanted to let the court know to talk that out. Now, we went through, based on Mr. Brennan's objections last night, and significantly edited the entire thing. Literally every single slide that you had a problem with. There were a couple that we disagreed with, we left, but it is very rare.
I see that a lot of the hearsay's been removed.
And I can identify this report as helpful.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
I can identify this report as helpful, the ones that were changed.
All right. But,
It made streamline this.
so what are you both I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan first. What are you objecting to as the report now stands?
I have a most recent copy of the report now.
He doesn't really know. He's just flipping through to find something to bitch about and then cross his fingers.
So 9 through 27,
Slides 9 through 27 or pages?
slides 9 through 27 now have Dr. Rentschler identifying and attempting to match different abrasions with different holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. And so basically what he is trying to do
I mean, that seems reasonable. They should line up, should they not?
is to suggest that there are a different amount of abrasions relative to the amount of holes, or perhaps he might want to testify about
So you're guessing about what he might want to testify to?
that the holes in the sweatshirt were in a different place on Mr. O'Keefe's arms than the abrasions. The reason why this is concerning is because there is no background for him regarding fabrics. This is a different and new opinion that we have not prepared or obtained an expert for. We probably have very little time to get somebody to rebut this analysis regarding fabrics. I don't see anything in his CV or his history that allows him to equate the number of holes in fabric with the number of...
Okay, and who should that be? A fabric expert? Do we need a designer or a seamstress? Like, I'm so confused. Who do you think is an appropriate expert?
abrasions on somebody's arm. It does not consider or count that there could be multiple wounds from one hole, or there could be holes that don't create wounds. So whatever the implication is going to be by Dr. Rentschler, we're not very sure, but it obviously would require some type of expertise, which I do not think that Dr. Rentschler has a foundation for. So those are 9 through 27 generally, and then specifically, I can run through quickly the individual objections I have. Slide 6 tries to define the theory of the alleged incident. Doesn't say whose theory it is. It implies it's the government. It's an improper suggestion.
Hold on. Okay, so which one of 1, 2, and 3 on 6?
1 is objectionable. What's the core issue of the case? It's an ultimate issue for the jury. An expert reconstructionist or a biomechanical engineer shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence.
So there's no facts and evidence that the first injury John sustained was one from his arm to the taillight? Huh?
Case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence.
So there's no facts and evidence that the first event was his arm getting struck by the rear of the vehicle? What?
Not in a position to draw that opinion.
What?
And is 2 okay? Or are you moving to the whole slide?
No, on number 6, all 3 of them shouldn't be there. Asking what the core issues in the case, Dr. Rentschler or no expert should be defining what the core issues in the case are. They should talk about their training experience, any testing, observations.
But Marco, that is the story of this. That is the story of the state. And he's not allowed to say it. He's not allowed to say the story of the state. He's saying that he can't say it because there's no facts and evidence that prove it. But sir, you've already finished your case in chief. There should be all the facts and evidence about that being the first thing that happened, because that's what you're claiming happened.
Evaluation and then give their opinions, not core issue in the case.
All right.
Slide 9 outlines perhaps his process. The first step of the analysis to determine if the arm injuries are consistent with the physical evidence. Evaluate the abrasions and compare the evidence. I suppose this is what he's done. This is one of the less offensive ones. Although unnecessary, it doesn't provide an opinion. I could live with that. The next one,
So you could live with what?
number 9.
Okay.
Number 23. Again, this gets into that new core opinion about trying to identify or, I think, compare the abrasions to the different wounds. I think the part that's objectionable is the words measurements, question mark. I'm not sure if it's implying failure of somebody else. seems to be an opinion, and I'm not sure of the context of it.
So then how can you have a problem with it? You sound like a fucking idiot.
24. The expert is trying to define what Dr. Welcher had done. It may be that he's saying he conducted his testing based on the position of Dr. Welcher's arm. I think that would be an appropriate comment, but it's not clear what they're saying. The pain transfer test number 2 is the only test noted with respect to the arm.
So without the text, are you objecting to this
No.
slide?
No.
So he's objecting to the text, but not necessarily the testimony that might come with that slide for that particular thing. Whatever.
Okay.
31 posits questions regarding ultimate opinions. I think it's inappropriate. And then 32, I think, is improper because it ultimately endorses or vouches for the witness's credibility. I think he certainly can give an opinion that the evidence is inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, but I don't think it should be on the slide bolstering his opinion. 33, again, it's posturing the weight of the evidence. And it's resigning the government to a particular study, one study. It's really a commentary on the government's case. It goes like this. Number 1, Dr. Welcher only did A, and second part, A is insufficient. So that's really what this is saying. It's commentary, it's hearsay, it's inappropriate. 34. I think if one said that that's what he did, Dr.
So let me get this straight. You want to bring Welcher in a second time, literally just to comment on and discuss the things that ARCA did, but you don't want ARCA to be able to reference anything that Welcher did? Okay.
Dr. Rentschler took a step to determine the kinematics of Mr. O'Keefe's arm during the alleged incident.
The what?
And asked how would this arm, and said that that's what he did. Dr. Rentschler, took a step to determine the kinematics of Mr. O'Keefe's
Kinematics, is that really what he said? What the fuck was that?
arm during the alleged incident.
Kinematics.
And asked how would this arm move. I think that would be appropriate. But he shouldn't be giving a opinion on what steps should have been taken by Dr. Welcher. Number 2 on slide 34. And number 3, I don't have a problem with. The next one is 46. Again, this is bolstering the expert's opinion by putting it in writing on a slide. I think some of these opinions are appropriate for Dr. Rentschler to share with the jury, but his final ultimate opinion shouldn't be endorsed on a slide. 47. Again, this is self-endorsement of the success of his tests and giving his opinion about his success. Number 1 and 2, I think, are inappropriate. Number 3 has really no context standing alone. And number 4, if he notes that's his next step, I wouldn't have a problem with number 4. Slide 50.
He said it doesn't have any context standing alone. Does he understand what the purpose of a PowerPoint is? Like, the purpose of a PowerPoint is not to put every single word you plan to say. It's not like they're not It's not a teleprompter for you to just read everything off of it. The context comes from your explanation of it.
54. Again, number one gets into his opinions. Number two, he gives an opinion about a different expert, a medical opinion. And number three, it's again self-endorsement on his own opinions. So all these are opinions either bolstering himself or somebody else's work. I don't think it should be in a slide. 55.
Pretty sure he's here to give his opinion.
I think it's accurate. I think it's proper testimony. I don't think it's proper for a slide. Same with 56. I don't know that he has the basis for number one. Number two, I don't have a problem with on slide 56. And number three, again, it's bolstering his opinion. So I think 1 and 3 are improper, 2 not. Slide 58. I don't know what the basis for number one is. I suppose we'll have to see.
Okay, then why the fuck are you wasting our time with it right now? Like, is this fool literally, and she's allowing it and not saying we really need to hurry because, like, we're wasting the jury's time? Is she really allowing him to sit here and flip through every single slide and say whether he agrees, disagrees, likes, doesn't like, wants it in, doesn't want it in, might want it in, needs to see how it goes? Like, what are we even doing here? And I guarantee you this is going to extend the lunch. I guarantee it.
If these are Dr. Renschel's views, I don't know how they're relevant to the Commonwealth's case, but certainly I think he has the experience to make these conclusions, but it shouldn't be in a PowerPoint. He shouldn't be commenting on the reports of another expert in a PowerPoint, number 3.
Didn't you have Welcher show us the dead body of an unrelated individual to this case?
And number 4 is ultimately an opinion that he's self-endorsing. 66. Again, it is an opinion. I don't think it's an admissible opinion, and it shouldn't be in a slide. He's trying to draw a conclusion on what the jury should conclude based on the Commonwealth's evidence. He's not in a position to do that. 67. Parts of this are objectionable. I think that he certainly could testify. He hasn't seen any simulation by Dr. Welcher, but posturing it about in a manner that suggests there should be doubt in some way is inappropriate. 68, I don't think Dr. Welcher's report was introduced, and putting in a fraction of a report.
His whole slideshow was. And it had fractions of other people's reports in it.
I can't appreciate the significance of it. It's hearsay. Perhaps there's a reason he'll be able to point to the report or talk about the report.
Again, why are we getting commentary by you of every single page of this?
I understand that, but putting in a random page from a report is hearsay. Should not be admissible. I don't know if there's...
Putting in a random page of a report is hearsay. Did he or did he not have cropped tiny sections of Dr. Scorti-Bello's report, full report, in his slideshow, Dr. Welcher?
Going to be a conversation about trying to introduce the entire report, but one page will take it out of context. 72. I think the expert probably can, I think the expert has a basis for the opinion. I don't think opinion should be, ultimate opinion should be in PowerPoint because it's self-endorsing.
So if you put your opinion in a PowerPoint, you're self-endorsing. But isn't the whole PowerPoint your opinion?
74, again, it's a conclusory opinion, it's bolstering. Some of these can be said but shouldn't be in PowerPoints. Same thing with 75 and 76. They're ultimate conclusions. And so I'm not in agreement with all of the conclusions that the expert may try to introduce, but testifying about an ultimate opinion and putting it on the board to self-endorse shouldn't be permitted. And those are my objections.
Okay, so what is it exactly that you think should belong in a PowerPoint presentation to help you discuss your report without having the jury read 7,000 words?
Okay. Ms. Little?
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, something if I stand here only because I would be able to reference the PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. First of all, there were no additions, just to be clear, to the PowerPoint. The only changes that we made were directly in response.
Elizabeth, Jackson is telling you over and over again to go to the microphone.
The objections that were filed by the Commonwealth. We did delete a large section to try to accommodate some of their concerns, as well as shorten some of the opinions. So those were the only changes. I just wanted to make clear to the court, there are no additional opinions that have been set forth in the PowerPoint. With regards to slides 9 through 27, that was not one of the issues that was identified in the Commonwealth's motion. They objected to slide 9. There's half of those slides are not referenced.
I do agree. It's a new objection. I just don't know when there's an objection raised how a biomechanical engineer is qualified to testify to.
There's new objections because you allowed him just now to fucking stand there at the podium and go through each individual page and come up with something he could say as to why he doesn't want it in.
Tears and clothing.
So
You don't know how he's qualified to talk about tears in clothing. Okay. But Hank was able to ask Dr. Wolf yesterday about the tears in the clothing and lie about them as well.
this is a direct test. His testimony is going to be based on his knowledge of forces and forces applied to certain objects and how that results in injuries.
And I understand that, but some of the specifics that he says.
Okay, so then they need to ask her, okay, so who would be an appropriate expert? Does it have to be a fashion designer? Does it have to be a seamstress?
I'm just saying I had a concern, so I understand it's
Oh,
new.
bullshit.
We'll be able to satisfy the court's concerns by laying the proper foundation for controls.
All right, so we can come back to the fabric argument or whether it's beyond his scope of expertise.
Okay,
But what, actually, Ms.
I bullshitted long enough to where we're back through lunch.
Little, if I can just ask you, and I can hear you later, as I assume everybody wants lunch and we're coming back in at about 20 of, quarter of at the latest. Can you just explain to me why these slides, if Dr. Rentschler is permitted to express these opinions, why we also need them on slides? That's the problem I have.
I think that's a great question, Your Honor. And the reason we didn't put these on the slides is because we objected to Dr. Wilkins coming in on his PowerPoint.
So I looked at that yesterday.
A copy of this specific opinion that was placed up on the screen with regard to his opinions and conclusions. That was done over the defense's objection.
So which one? Because I did look last night at that and did not see it.
It's slide 136, Your Honor. The totality of the evidence.
Hold on one second. Is it a conclusion page?
I don't know. I just.
Hold on.
But it's page 136. It's entitled Evidence Brief Lexis Icon. And it states the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the Ray 2021 Lexus in the argument. And this Cherokee striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the frozen ground.
Okay.
So if he's allowed to do that.
So that is different than what I said he could be asked on his ultimate question, right?
How is that any different than what the state's theory is? Like, I don't understand why they're not allowing them to say these things.
But it still came in? Was there, I'm sorry?
Yes, that came in over the.
All right. Because what I did note is that I was very careful to say exactly what the ultimate question could be from Mr. Brennan. In fact, there were objections. I sustained them twice, so I wrote out exactly what could be said. And Mr. Brennan asked a variation of the first one, and there was no objection. So I didn't remember that this came in. All right, so I will take a look at that. What I would like to do in the interest of time, so maybe we can talk about that in the conclusion page, but where he outlines everything else, there's so many pages with text that I may not have the
It's literally half the size of Welcher's first presentation.
a problem with testimony regarding this, but why do we need testimony and text so much here?
I'm sorry to keep pausing. Does anybody remember Ian Whiffin's presentation? It was chock full of text.
It's what?
To assist the jury. There is a significant amount of information that needs to be relayed.
Okay.
This is an 80-page PowerPoint. This is solely to make sure that this goes efficiently and effectively. I think it's helpful for
100% without giving them a multi-page report with thousands and thousands of words.
you've narrowed down the text on the slide significantly. It's important to see those PowerPoints.
Okay.
Just to the major issues. I think we've streamlined this a lot, but I think having the PowerPoint will allow us to make this go smoothly and quickly.
All right, so I will look at these. What I'll try and do is if there are any changes in the first 15, I'll try and get those done during lunch, and then we can have this argument afterwards.
Oh, more argument. That's really
We'll see everybody no later than quarter of.
no later than quarter of. Bitch, you just got back. Which means everyone was there waiting on you again.
All right, the jury is coming over. I just wanted to tell you what I was able to do during the lunch break. So,
Drink.
Mr. Brennan, you argued for 4 points of admission regarding this witness. I'll allow in 1 and 2. I've had a chance to look at 4. I think I already told you I would not allow in 3 because I've already considered it. I've now looked at the 4th one, the case.
Tina.
I'm not going to let you get into that during cross-examination. If the door is open and you think you can get into it after redirect, please come to sidebar. All right, and also I had a chance to look at the actual exhibit regarding what came into evidence from Dr. Welcher and Ms. Little. Contrary to what you said and what Mr. Alessi was nodding to, page 136 did not come into evidence. It's a blank page. So that PowerPoint did not come in. I had a chance to look at Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint, and at least for now, maybe you can persuade me otherwise, any text that has hearsay on it that you say will help assist the jury, what I want to say is I think we have to give the jury some credit here, okay? They have been listening to this case intently for weeks. I don't find that anything that you've recommended here comes in to assist the jury is necessary to assist the jury.
You're
So
assuming
before
that
Dr.
they-
Rentschler testifies, those slides that were objected to that have text are out.
Wow.
Can I have a moment just to examine the Dr. Welcher PowerPoint?
No, not right now. You can look at it, yes. You can look at it while we're,
She's suspicious of the fact that that page that Bev is saying is the page is blank. I wonder which one made it into evidence because y'all know he said he was updating it every day.
doing, bringing the jury in.
We have 4 copies of the PowerPoint, and I know that I'd like to be able to. 136
Mr. Alessi, please.
Shut up, Beverly. Did you fucking count the pages right?
$136, $137, and $138 are all blacked out. All right, are the jurors on their way, right? Okay.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, Bev. While you're sighing, like, why is working?
I'm sorry.
Like, why is like having a job? That's Bev. Why does like having a job bother you so much? Is it that hard? Like, maybe you should just retire?
Go to the session, please be seated.
Grief.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever, I'm sorry.
Exactly, Richard. Why is it even in evidence if it's blank?
Good afternoon, Dr. Lopez.
Good afternoon.
Am I on point now?
You are.
Yeah.
You were asked on direct examination
That's probably the only thing that you're going to be on point on for the rest of this conversation.
about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner.
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes.
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
Yes, I have.
And coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good, but in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination, part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes.
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
Yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you wanted to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you would look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if
well-
you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
Okay. And the last time you took physics was probably, what, undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have no study in biomechanical engineering?
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood. You never taught courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles, you're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene, and you refused?
That's incorrect. First of
Okay.
all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There were,
I'm going to allow it in a different form.
yeah, that's incorrect.
Dr.
Oh, I'm
Fox.
sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you. Just
Oh, okay.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Ask him differently, Mr. Brennan, please.
Did you receive criticism that officials?
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending. Let's hear it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was erroneous stuff.
Was there other criticisms in 2005 before you left the office?
No, there was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state, and I'd done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years, which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Did you resign shortly after the audits and criticism?
No.
Same year?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Okay. After you resigned, you opened your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How much of your business is consulting?
It's a consulting practice.
Yep. How much of your business, how much of your income is consulting?
100%. It's consulting.
Do you consult in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes, I do.
What percentage of cases are criminal cases?
It's maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get compensated for your time?
Yes, I get paid for my time.
Dr. LaPosada, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please. Now, would it be fair to say, Dr. LaPosada, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke the skin.
When you were asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact, or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground, perhaps?
No.
No, an object?
If it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around in there.
No, he's more closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And that spoiler on the Lexus, do you know how high off the ground that is?
No,
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
no, I looked at the photos.
Did you ever ask for any measurements or try to take any measurements?
No,
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
that's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument. It's not a cut, it's a scratch.
Is there any scratches on the left side? Do we have a photo of the left side? Please? And that, you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing, like a knife, and a scratch is made by something that's kind of rounded, that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
No,
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch was on the left side?
Looks to be, well, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
My memory, if my memory serves me, there was a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side? And you said that could not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means a bladed, sharp cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
And you would say that that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could not have been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Didn't you say it couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object.
Would
Like a sharp object, like it's not
You
an
can take that down, please.
incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
If somebody is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going to spurt if you pull something out of a person's skin if they've passed?
You wouldn't get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
I just want to ask you a very few questions about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees,
Yes.
and there's different ways to take somebody's or a body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature, so that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature and by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature for a medical diagnosis.
98.6 is an important temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our usual normal body temperature.
And so, is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically, you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia.
At 95 degrees?
At 95, you start to worry about it.
And could some of the things that happen is labored breathing?
Is what?
Labored breathing?
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, what, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got to the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance?
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth to him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
I see. And so inevitably, at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when he got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
And so that is a drop from the standard, or what's expected, of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
No.
Apple Health. And that's literally the point, Hank. And I think you know that. And he's about to put this question in front of the jury about, did you know that there was movement afterwards? Or did you know that he unlocked his phone or locked his phone afterwards? And it's like, okay, then he didn't get hit when you said he did.
Oh.
If there's no movement, assume for a second there's no movement of Mr. O'Keefe after 12:32:16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours or 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees to 80 degrees in body temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside and they're alive and they're lying in the snow and it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour?
In a dead body.
Okay. In a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
No. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can it?
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, but
if
they would
someone
have
is
to get hypothermia, which she's saying he did not have.
in the cold, let's assume they're not dead for a second.
All
They're in the
right.
snow, below freezing,
He is dead.
not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure. They just lie there. They can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
Does he understand what hypothermic means?
Well, losing body temperature
Ask the
makes you
question.
hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and
Mm-hmm.
Can you become hypothermic if you're dead?
That's a good question. I would say no.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, but
I
I would say
know.
no because I would assume that you need blood flow.
I would think so too. Like, you can't bleed after you're dead. So if she hits him and he dies, he can't become hypothermic out there.
Right. If what we're saying is true.
Right. Well, that's what I'm wondering.
Because it would have to be, I mean, I guess that would have to be true because that would be like saying that every dead body has hypothermia because their body temperature goes down.
Right. Well, that's what I'm wondering. So, like, does him not being hypothermic matter? Besides the fact that the Commonwealth is saying that he had hypothermia.
Well, yeah, because I guess the whole point is she hit him and then left him. Like, that's one of the parts of the charges is that she left him to die.
Yeah. That's
Like, even when they're trying to use her own words, like about her saying he wasn't incapacitated, mortally wounded or whatever, which we all know meant what she was talking about when she found him, but whatever.
Like, the whole thing is that he couldn't be out there for all of that amount of time. Because if he was out there for all that amount of time alive, he would have become hypothermic.
Right.
But he wasn't hypothermic.
Well, she's saying he was not hypothermic.
Right. Yes.
I mean, here's my thing is how do you distinguish between how much of the body cooling was from being outside versus how much of it can be attributed to him being dead?
So true. What if you're dead and outside?
What if you're dead?
If you're already dead, the hypothermia doesn't matter. That's what I'm thinking.
What if you're dead? What if you're dead inside?
Well, like me.
And me. What if you're dead what if you're dead inside? And with that, we should just carry on with this trial. How accurate. See who this wants to end on that. I think it's appropriate. But I'm just saying, like, if you're dead in a basement or a garage and your body starts cooling, or if you're passed out in a garage and your body starts cooling and then you go outside and die, like, there's no way to attribute how much of it is the fact that he's dead versus being left outside.
Right. Because
But he's not-
he dies inside and then is brought outside and we don't know when. Like, there's no calculation to say like he was inside for 1 hour and then he was brought outside and the
Right.
remaining part of him cooled to this temperature. You know what I mean?
So to say that he was outside for, let's say, 5 hours, I think the Commonwealth is attributing all of that cooling to him being outside for 5 hours.
Correct.
But what if that's not true? Like, what if some of it was, did she say he would die immediately or just he would be immediately like incapacitated? You don't know because it was hard to listen.
Yeah, I couldn't stand her.
I
I know that she said I think I wrote in the chat at that point that he wasn't mobile.
Right.
He would not be able to move and die within 20. That's what I'm thinking too, within 15. Her testimony well, I know her testimony. I just I can't listen to her breathe into the mic. You guys don't understand. Like I was having like a reaction to it.
Yeah, we know. You were gone. I thought we lost you for good. Like you went back to sleep or something.
No, I popped in chat a couple times.
Well,
just to see what was going on, but I couldn't. And then I turned it back off knowing she was still back on.
I mean, she handles him really well, but like Hank is now about to ask her basically immediately incapacitated, death in 15, 20 minutes. Okay. So like my question would be, the garage is detached from the house. So is it cooled or is it not cooled? I mean, is it heated or is it not heated? If it's not heated, what was the temperature in there versus outside? Could he have passed out in the garage? Like, is there that big of a temperature difference between the garage and outside of the garage?
Okay.
Because it would be like a little bit cold or a little bit warmer, but I don't know that it would be like, it's obviously not going to be like the temperature of a house.
Right.
Still trying to understand the hypothermia complications or implicators. Yeah. I mean, us too. I think the defense's point is basically just to say, like, there was no signs of hypothermia because he wasn't left outside for all that time. So maybe
I think either side is right when it comes to the hypothermia thing. That's why I was asking the question. I don't think either side can prove a point with the hypothermia thing, is my whole thing. Because if there's no hypothermia, nobody can prove, like Sleuthie said, that doesn't prove anything about where he technically died. Because if he died outside, Hank's trying to prove like he has hypothermia according to Dr. Scortibella, but that can't be if he's dead, incapacitated, dead for within 15 to 20 minutes. Then he does, even if he's outside that entire time, he doesn't get hypothermia. My whole point is that the hypothermia proves nothing for either side, is my opinion. So like they're having this big argument about hypothermia, but I can't see that it matters to either one.
This says, and this is just AI, but it says hypothermia is a physiological state where the body's internal temperature falls below 95 degrees. This requires the ongoing functioning of the body's heat regulating systems, which include shivering, vasoconstriction, and the production of heat through metabolism. These processes cease when the body dies. Death stops metabolic processes. When someone dies, the heart stops beating, respiration ceases, and the complex process of the metabolism comes to a halt. These are essential for the body to maintain a normal temperature. But it says, while a dead body cannot develop hypothermia in the same way a living person can, its temperature will gradually decrease due to the loss of heat.
Okay. But your body won't have the signs of hypothermia, which is the scars, the ulcer things or whatever. I don't know what they were called. Right. I don't remember what they were, but it was
new skis or whatever.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have that, but if you were just going off of temperature, I think that a dead body would cool faster.
Wisniewski, post-punk mama to the rescue. The
Who's what?
spot. Wisniewski's.
Okay, yes. So
Okay, you can play. I didn't mean to derail. I just
I'm
was
just
trying
thinking,
to.
I think the answer to your question is like, could the temperature have ended up being the same? Yeah, I think so. Just without hypothermia, because you would have to be alive with the hypothermia. So if anything, this would establish that he was dead, but not necessarily that he was, because if the state's theory is correct and they're arguing that he did have hypothermia,
Mm-hmm.
then that would mean that he would have had to have been alive that entire time he was out there in order to get hypothermia.
That's, yes.
So this really hinges on the fact that they've charged her in that way where they're saying like,
She left him to die.
correct.
Right.
You get, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how different, let's say he's in a garage. I'm just using that as an example. That's 40 degrees. How quickly would a dead body cool in 40 degrees? Till it got down to 80.
It would have to be below 80.
His body temperature?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
His
because
body-
they're warming him up on the way to the hospital before they take his rectal.
Oh, I don't think that would make much of a difference. I could see it making a difference if like, so when I get my treatments, I defer it now because it just makes me way too hot. They run,
You are too hot. I agree.
shut up. They run a, you know, the tubes that are connected to all the things. So the tubes to the bag, the tubes to your IV, all that stuff.
Mhm.
They put that tube in like a little machine with cutouts, and basically as your blood runs past that machine, it like warms it up, it heats it up, and that would make me way too hot and very quickly. So, but they might have done that to him. I would assume they used a blood warmer, but I don't know that they would have done that in the ambulance.
Okay.
Probably in the hospital, but in the ambulance they probably just like
Blankets.
Probably not even, I mean, really heated blankets. No, they're back from lunch, Lisa.
Sorry, I derailed. I'll let her
okay.
play.
Even bigger to me, and I would mention this to her, is the frostbite. No frostbite. How was he out there for 5 hours? His foot was bare. He did not have a shoe on. How did his nose, ears, eyelids, toes, fingers, how did none of them have frostbite?
Mhm.
If the Commonwealth is correct and he was out there alive all that time. He was dead when he was found. I mean, what's his name? Flamati thought that they could like bring him back to life, but he was like in asystole, so he was basically, I mean, he was dead.
Dead until you're warm and dead.
Yeah.
And hypo
I'm gonna
means
rewind for a second.
below.
Can they lose body temperature?
Well, losing body temperature
It's
makes you hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and hypo means below. So your temperature goes down and you're hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
See, that's what he's getting
And
at.
so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent
If he's alive the entire time, and probably if they don't have a skull fracture that would kill them.
with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in
Okay.
a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could
So a dead body would cool that quickly also.
also be consistent with somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the
Let's be more
cold,
than
under the
that.
snow, sub-freezing. They could be alive for some time. Their body temperature could drop. And then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within.
Well, No.
5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. Laposada?
No.
Oh. Oh.
Because if someone can drop 4 degrees of body temperature in an hour,
A dead body.
yes, it would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at
And
4
what
degrees to go
temperature,
from
Hank?
98.6 to 80. Yes?
Correct, yes. So he was exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate, say they'd lose 3 degrees. And then, after that couple hours,
She's like, what the
they
fuck?
lose body temperature at 4 degrees. That would still fit and be consistent with the drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees,
No.
to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No, you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at a body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32? They could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then pass out, die, and then continue to lose body temperature. Is that possible?
Then pass out, past die? What?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
Perfect.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical
me?
opinion,
So sustained and outside.
Oh, give me a break.
as far as
Her face, she's like, are you fucking serious? Like, what a dick. Watch her.
Think
Watch
you
her.
abuse me?
Case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical opinion,
Be an advocate for
So
who?
sustained
For
and
Karen
outside,
Reed.
perhaps.
See?
as far as
Dr.
your
Laposada,
Yes.
could you listen to the question, please?
Of course, thank you, Your Honor.
as far as your medical experience,
He offended her.
could somebody be alive outside in the cold below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure,
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
sure.
This is so many coulds for beyond a reasonable doubt. It's crazy.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. And at one point you said that his injury was inconsistent with a taillight, and you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No,
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
I don't remember that at all.
he has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That
The bruising to the
includes
face.
the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
Okay, if we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Laposada, have you seen this video before?
No,
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see anything in that video that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this for just a minute, please.
He's so desperate and insane.
I'm trying to remember which one that is. That's the
Who?
side swipe at 15 miles per hour. What video he just played for her? Yeah, why would she have seen that? Of course she wouldn't have.
I can't remember.
Last bit of questioning. I'm going to strike the last bit of questioning of this witness and the video as it goes to this witness. All right.
He doesn't want Rentschler to come in.
Dr. Laposada, after you received
I thought it was
materials,
heroin too, Joanna.
did you ever ask for any additional materials?
Let's see, I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness investigate and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was
What?
delayed.
That was newer.
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is that the rule?
Wow.
When you work at a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur in the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposada.
Okay, but it didn't because
That didn't happen
she sat on the stand and still had no clue. Like, still said that she couldn't figure it out. Just let her leave. She was great. Just let her go.
Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Dr.
Okay,
Laposada,
hold on one second.
Why are we holding on?
You're supposed to ask if you can inquire.
Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness.
Okay, are we ever going to explain that they need to strike the holes in the back of the shirt thing?
No.
Say that.
No. She did not strike any of that still.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
may I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Laposada, you were just asked a series of questions about body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes,
Even if indoors, if that indoors was cold?
absolutely.
There you
Like
go.
a garage?
Your Honor, may we approach along with the Commonwealth very briefly?
Well, this is annoying. You were just up there. Also, why is nobody going to argue the fact that she... Oh, wait. I think... Did Alessi say he was going to do a motion? I should check for that. About that insufficient instruction yesterday. What's ex-girlfriend from 2 decades ago that went to the movies with John one time doing? Looking down her phone or something.
Thomas, come get your wife.
She's pissed. She got shoved to the back seat behind that big dude. She's like checking YouTube.
I'm more relevant. I'm more relevant than you
Check
are.
this.
I
Have
went
you
to the
seen that?
movies with him.
She made sure to scooch over just a fuzz so they could still see her past him.
Yes, I need to be on camera. Joanna says she has it and she'll send it in chat.
Oh, so he did do one about the instruction. Also, day 30 seems like an inappropriate time to then now explain to the jury what it means when you strike something.
Well, I think her issue here was that when she struck that video, Brennan was concerned, or
They strike the video.
they struck the entire video from the entire case, not just from being that line of questioning. It may not have been Brennan, but that's why.
Well, Brennan wouldn't care if they struck that because that's ARCA.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I'm like, maybe it wasn't Brennan. That's why I'm like, I don't know why I said that. I just assumed. Because Jackson was at the podium, so.
I want to know what's going on with the slides. My Bev said one was blank and she said it wasn't. No, we're like almost in real time, so we're just bullshitting a little bit.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Lacasada, stand back here for a quick second. Before I sat down the last time, I asked you a little bit about x-rays
Yes.
and the effect of x-rays on an evaluation by a forensic pathologist. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are x-rays important for a forensic pathologist to consider?
Yes, they are.
Did you find any, you reviewed the x-rays, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to relegate my question to just the right arm of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you find any deformities, defects, breaks, fractures, or hairline fractures of that kind on any of the x-rays that you reviewed?
None.
May I approach on?
Yes, I have a
X-rays
question for
exist?
you. When you printed these, did you print them from a flash drive?
May I have one look?
Sure.
I have some assistance with this.
Do you have them up on the,
We do have electronic versions of this.
why don't we do that instead of the big,
No,
the large?
As
no.
long as I can mark the large ones, I want those marked and moved into evidence for reasons that we discussed at sidebar.
100%.
You're objecting to this, Mr. Bennett? Okay, well, even if the Commonwealth objected, I'll allow those in, but I prefer to give the jury a flash drive.
No.
to use on them instead of these big.
No.
So we will mark your flash drive, and you can just go ahead, go in evidence. We'll mark the flash drive. Flash drive will go in with the jury rather than these.
No, I want the big ass pictures to go in with the jury.
Pieces of paper, and you can go ahead and show them.
If I could, or I don't want to have a whole discussion in open court. If it pleases the court.
All right, jurors, we're gonna make this one really quick.
Yeah, no, I want the full ass whole pictures that they can look up very close to and see on their table, and they can mark with post-it notes and shit. I want the actual big pictures
Yep.
in there.
Hi, Kat.
Hmm.
I'm going to show these to you and then I'll put them on an overhead. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's literally no reason why they can't have the big photos.
Do you
None. Zero.
recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
Oh, I recognize it by the medical examiner identification of Mr. O'Keefe, and I recognize the x-ray of the right hand, the right wrist, the right femur, and I can also tell by the R designation here that that's the right side of the body.
Is this
Oh,
what
so
you
it's his whole
reviewed
body.
in coming to your opinions and conclusions concerning injuries to his right hand?
Yes.
Thank you.
Didn't
So these
somebody
will mark whatever the next exhibit is.
say that the medical examiner didn't x-ray
Yes,
him?
Welcher. Now we know you haven't been listening all day.
Well, no, I haven't. I've been in and out. That's what I said.
Yeah, Welcher. Welcher said there wasn't any. Yeah, there is.
Hot diggity damn.
Mm-hmm.
A, B, and C, yes, Your Honor.
The HHH is now 229A.
I don't like you, ma'am,
May
and
I
all your
approach, Your
feet.
Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I need to wait.
It says Coachella. Did you see that?
No, I missed it. Kaylee was talking to me.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. May I approach, Your Honor?
May I?
Man,
Man,
Coachella.
Coachella?
Man,
I'm
Coachella.
sorry, I need to wait. Doctor, if you would assist me,
Sure.
do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a x-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side, and we see here the two bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
Thank you. I may have this marked as next to order B.
That may obviate the need to put it up, right?
It could.
There's literally no reason his arm, after getting hit by a car, would not have soft tissue swelling. And I personally wouldn't care to put the flash drive version up on the screen here in court,
229B.
but I would want the actual papers to go back with the jury.
Doctor, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is another x-ray at the medical examiner's office of Mr. O'Keefe. And again, it shows the right side. We see some of the ribs there. We see the shoulder and the humerus, the upper arm bone. And the upper arm bone is totally normal. There's no soft tissue swelling around it. There's no breakage or microfractures.
Thank you, doctor. With the court's permission, next in order, sub C is in Charlie.
Yes.
They're just going through the
That's all I have.
All right, Dr. Lapasada, you
Dr. Lamasada, that's all I have for you. Thank you for coming.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
all right, Dr. Lapasada.
Dr. Lapasada.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there anything else today?
Yes, Beverly, it's not time to leave yet. Yes, there's more.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
You're not going to start?
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask the court to invite Dr. Andrew Richler to join us.
Okay.
Dr. Andrew Renchler, we're here for the second part of ARCA.
Clerk, and raise your right hand.
He's a big dude. He's a
So
tall.
sure the evidence give the court and jury in the case now hearings for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
He brought that big ass briefcase,
Oh, Your Honor.
duffel bag, backpack.
Feels good.
He means business.
All right. Mr.
Okay, this is
Jackson,
the last
you-
witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please, pull that to you. You're a little on the tall side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. And in a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Renchler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly does is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. Was a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, intervertebral disc injury. Any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. You know, motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts. sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that. So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
We have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on one second, Dr. Anderson. Sure. Okay.
For the MRAP, which are the mine-resistant, ambush-protected, armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines. And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and the movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment, we look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up against the glass. And they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3, 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
Hockey players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said you used the 50 percentile hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy, an ATD, to do your work in furtherance of the NHL contract or commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to use a hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash test dummies. And you're probably most familiar with it if you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over. Well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different size people. So they record the force off of that, and they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, Well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy, and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
Is that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. They the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale, they have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is, yes, sir.
Dr. Rentschler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word, probably nobody knows. I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move? It moves forward. Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction? That allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps. If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What are human tolerances?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They've tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the two bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism, and in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury occur?
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Dr. Rentschler, are you able to estimate how many of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Oh, I'm sure over the year there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent's automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
2004. Thank you. Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I have. I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before, yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions. And then usually the author will make changes, send it out again, and that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation, we do the research and development. We have an epic sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS?
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction offered by SAE?
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give.
See, the difference between Peasant Rentschler and Dr. Welcher is that Dr. Welcher knows everything and doesn't need to take all these extra classes.
To the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, CAARS?
Hank's going to say, but have you ever painted a taillight blue? Have you ever used oil paint in your experiments?
You haven't? Then you suck.
Yep.
I've taken that as well, yes. Sir.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you?
If you want me to do something and I don't do it right away, it's because I'm across the kitchen making grilled turkey and cheese sandwich.
Oh, I want one.
It's really good. I got that. First of all, lunch meat is way too expensive. I don't know where they come off doing that. But I paid like $11 for a pound of the Cajun turkey breast. It's so good.
Ooh, yum.
Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities, so we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers, and then some abstracts, and I believe a book chapter as well.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a second, Dr. Rentschler, about how you began working on this particular case, the case that's before the bench. When were you initially retained in connection with this case?
We were initially retained, I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe, maybe it was the fall prior to that actual trial that was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
It wasn't an insurance company, was it?
It was not, no, sir.
Okay.
I'm glad he said that.
What were you initially asked to do by this separate entity?
Initially, we were kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information? You were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at, yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I don't want you to get into his analysis, just what area he covers. In other words, you're dealing with a Lexus and pedestrian, Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr. Dan Wolf?
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the
I was going to say, we hear your music, don't you?
Sorry. It wasn't my music, but yes.
Uh-huh.
and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did you ultimately issue a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year,
Okay,
2024.
2024, okay,
Correct.
thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right, did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhage?
Subscapular is?
Yes.
Yeah, with respect to the head, is that
Yes,
what? Yes,
as it relates to the head.
Yes, well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There was, yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull.
You mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage?
He did, yes. He had sustained subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes, bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah, and so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior and left aspect of the nose?
There were some abrasions on the nose and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue?
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
You noted with regard to one of Mr. O'Keefe's extremities, abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about and what part of the arm.
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. Laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
what kind of materials did you review? In addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down
I'm
the
sorry.
cadence of your voice a little bit.
It's late in the day and I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll slow down. I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. Any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case. And we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
So far, I haven't heard him object at all. Oh, wait, she might not be live. I'll text it.
Who?
I did, yes.
Indiana girl said, how much objecting is Brennan doing? I haven't heard any yet.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard any yet either.
The undertaking, the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that it would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, the head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
Which is correct.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify
Yes.
this year?
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial?
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
We were, yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe, what was reviewed and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Why do I feel like they're about to end?
Because it's 20 to 4 and she's probably needs to get her beer, get her vodka.
Today, and we're expecting.
Oh, you bitch.
I think it was because we did spend less time at sidebar and less time doing things outside your presence.
Not really, bitch.
So we're back on track. And
I thought we were always on track.
When were we off track? Because according to you, we were not off track.
You just told us yesterday we were on track. So how are we back on track now? When did we get off the track?
Tomorrow, I can tell you, the lawyers tell me that we're definitely winding down. Okay, so
Whatever the fuck
please,
that
those
means.
same three cautions.
We're winding
do not
down.
Discuss this case.
Yeah.
with
This
anyone
trial
who
is
doing
almost over.
independent research or investigation into this case.
We're gonna have
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this
Rentschler
case,
all
please
day tomorrow for the rest of direct, cross, redirect.
So we'll see you tomorrow morning as well.
Thursday,
You're
we're
all
gonna
set,
get
Dr. Ensler. Transcript or if I
DNA
give.
Welcher. Jury
So first of all,
instructions
anybody
Friday.
object if I give?
What?
I said, so Thursday is going to be, so we're going to, tomorrow will be the rest of Rentschler, direct and redirect, or direct cross, the rest of redirect, cross and redirect. Then defense rests. Then we're going to get so Thursday we'll get the DNA people and Welcher into Friday. Then they'll have to argue about jury stuff. So like jury instructions. So I'm sure that she'll either, depending on what time it is, she'll either give them a half day or
56 seconds ago, Ted Daniels said case may be ready to go to jury Friday, maybe Monday, says Judge Canoe.
Yep, that's what I think too. That's what I was just gonna say. I think that the jury will get jury instructions maybe Friday, or she'll just let them go home Monday morning, come in fresh, jury instructions, send them off to deliberate. That's my guess.
I was about to say something. I can't remember. But the jury's going to be pissed whenever the defense arrests and they think, okay, it's over. Now we get to do closing arguments and we're going to be done. And then Hank's like, I'm going to present another witness, actually 3. And it's all people basically you've already seen before. And
Well,
also,
they're going to get Terry Kuhn. They didn't get her before.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is I think him putting up Terry Kuhn is stupid because I really don't feel like we talked enough about dogs for it to matter.
Yeah, I agree. And didn't it come out through a different witness anyway that it was not, wasn't it Dr. Russell that it came out that UC Davis did the testing and it was pig DNA? Pretty sure
No.
Dr. Russell's already told the jury that.
It was, but that was because Hank brought up there being no dog DNA. And remember, then they asked for mistrial.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I just don't know if the jury even need to hear from Hartnett and Kuhn again at all.
I personally don't think so. I think it's unnecessary, and I think they're going to be like, "Why are we hearing this right now?
What are we doing?"
All right, let's finish her. Maybe that's where she says this.
Give Ms. McLaughlin back the paperwork on the State of Rhode Island versus Michael Patino transcript or whatever she was giving me. Any objection to that? All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Jackson, for purposes of your edits, so the text will be removed from
all the
5, 6, 8, 9, 23. The word measurements, I think, is perhaps the only word there. 24, 31, 32, 33.
Are we that petty? We have to delete the word measurements? Why can't measurements be there?
Can't have that.
So bizarre.
34.
Basically all of them.
46, 47, 54, 55, 56, 58, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75, and 76.
I would have been better.
Separately, pursuant to what will be an upcoming evidentiary ruling on whether foundation has been made, if you could separately have a way to exclude, if it becomes appropriate based on whatever ruling, based on the foundation that you're going to attempt to put, slides 9 to 23. Now, as I said to you at sidebar, once you do this, or if you talk to the Commonwealth, if there's no objection to some of those numbered slides that I said needed to be edited, if the Commonwealth agrees that they come in, you can go ahead and put them in because I would allow them if it's by agreement.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. So do you expect that we will finish with Dr. Rentschler tomorrow?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be as long as I was with Dr. Wolf.
I
Okay.
don't believe you.
Depends on how it goes. If he has an hour and a half, I expect
Oh, I
it'll
do not
probably
believe
be
you.
about an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay.
Bullshit.
All right. And then we'll figure out where we are Thursday. It seems that the case may be ready to go to the jury Friday, maybe Monday at the latest. But that's,
By Monday, based on our conversation.
does that seem like a fair estimate to you, Mr. Brennan?
I think we'll be ready Friday.
Okay. All right. So we'll see. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning.
I might just give him a half day.
Should I have Dr. Welch report tomorrow or wait for Wednesday?
Bitch, if you didn't give him Dr. Welcher's report and you have it, give it up now. What do you mean?
Oh, tomorrow's Wednesday.
Tomorrow's Wednesday already. Can we, Mr. Jackson, can we reevaluate that
What?
mid-morning or the luncheon break and see
Why?
where we are, whether we need Dr. Welcher here?
Why
No, I
can't
think
you do
he
it
asked if
now?
I think that he asked if he should have Dr. Welcher there tomorrow or wait
the
until
afternoon?
Wednesday. She said
Okay.
tomorrow's Wednesday.
Mr. Jackson, can we reevaluate?
Yeah, but he's after the other two DNA people.
We don't know that.
And he said something about Welcher's report. Yeah, Hank
I
said it yesterday.
I thought he just said, should he have Dr. Welcher there? Go back.
Evaluate that. Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Yes.
Should I have Dr. Welch report tomorrow or wait for
Oh, in court, not report.
Yeah. Or report in or court.
Tomorrow's Wednesday already. Can we, Mr. Jackson, can we reevaluate that mid-morning or the luncheon break and see where we are, whether we need Dr. Welcher here in the afternoon?
Of course.
Okay. All right. We'll do that.
I think Mr. Alessi would have one issue he'd like to address before.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to various exhibits that Your Honor said would be admitted based upon the issue that we had with regard to the Exhibit 88, Your Honor said you would...
Yes. We'll put those into evidence.
Thank you very much. Your
Okay.
Honor. That was the only item pressing for today.
Yeah. I said yesterday they'd come in. They're coming in. Okay. So those will be in evidence. Mr. Brennan, you were on notice yesterday that I was letting those in. Okay. All right. We're all set. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay. Finally,
Okay, so can we take a look at that motion?
yeah. Can you pull it up?
Maybe. Give me a sec.
If it helps, it's in the. I didn't put it in the spreadsheet yet, but it's in the Google Drive. 719. And then 718 is their motion for reconsideration of her order excluding testimony of Dr. Laposada regarding dog bite wounds, but obviously that doesn't matter now.
Is this it that Joanna put in the chat? Defendant's motion for curative instructions regarding Exhibit 88 and introduction into evidence of exhibits. Now comes the defendant, Karen Reed, and respectfully moves this honorable court to issue a curative instruction as set forth below to address the intentional misconduct of the Commonwealth which occurred before the jury in this court on June 9th regarding Exhibit 88. Ms. Reed also requests that Exhibits YYY, ZZZ, AAAA, and BBBB, which were marked as part of Ms. Reed's motion for a mistrial with prejudice, be admitted into evidence. Ms. Reed respectfully submits that the instruction issued by the court on June 9th, 2025 was not curative or otherwise sufficient. This point is underscored when one reaps the deep level of prejudice that exudes from the questioning of Dr. Wolf by Attorney Brennan, which is attached as Exhibit A. with this intentional misconduct being deeply and directly intertwined with the central issue in this case, whether or not an impact between Mrs. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe even occurred. Miss Reed's constitutional right to a fair trial and due process compel the requested further curative instruction by Your Honor. The intentional misconduct of the Commonwealth also wrongly impugned the credibility and competency of defense witness Dr. Wolf by asserting that he did not properly account for the holes in the back of the sweatshirt and incorrectly posited? I don't know. I don't think I know that word. To the jurors that the holes on the back of the hoodie sweatshirt of the decedent, Mr. O'Keefe, were caused by alleged events occurring on January 29, 2022. See the exhibit, especially the yellow highlighted text, where Attorney Brennan appears to cut off Dr. Wolf from noting the holes on the back of the hoodie sweatshirt. Exhibit 88 were the subject of cutting. This, therefore, must also be part of the curative instruction. So on June 9th, Your Honor initially proposed the following language outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about the holes in the sweatshirt, and I instruct you that those holes were made by Miss Hartnett during the course of her inspection and sampling on May 18th. The court then instructed the jury with the following language. So, jurors, I instruct you that those holes were made by a criminalist, Miss Hartnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt. Proposed curative instruction. Miss Reed respectfully proposes the following language to address the misconduct and harm to Miss Reed. During the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt, falsely insinuating that those holes were sustained on January 29, 2022 from a fall backwards. I instruct you that those holes were not present on January 29, 2022. Wait, where did it go? Those holes were made by Maureen Hartnett, a criminalist at the MSP Crime Lab, in the course of her inspection and sampling of the clothing on May 18, 2023. Dr. Wolf correctly testified that those holes did not come from any alleged event on or about January 29, 2022. So yesterday, the court agreed to enter into evidence and allow the defense to display YYY, ZZZ, 4As, 4Bs. This has not been done yet. This information regarding the clippings from the crime lab still need to come into evidence and be displayed to the jury. It unequivocally establishes Maureen Hartnett cut clippings out of the gray hoodie sweatshirt and that the damage was not from an alleged event on January 29th. For the foregoing reasons, Ms. Reed respectfully requests that this honorable court instruct the jury with the above proposed curative instruction in furtherance of Ms. Reed's constitutional right to a fair trial and due process, and enter exhibits YY, ZZZ, 4As, and 4Bs into evidence. This is an inflection point for this trial and public confidence in the judicial system. Signed by Alan Jackson. Okay. Well, I don't know if she's going to give a shit, so. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know if she's going to give a shit. I think that she's going to be like, I feel like my instruction was curative, and I don't think I'm going to confuse the jury further by bringing it up again. So your motion, Mr. Jackson, is denied. So that's what I think is going to happen. And then I'm curious about what's going to happen with this missing witness instruction, because we still haven't got to hear anything about that. That's the other thing I was thinking was that as they argue about jury instructions and any final things that they have for the jury to hear before going to deliberate, I feel like she's going to send the jury home, or give, if they actually finish Thursday afternoon, I feel like she'll give the jury Friday off to come back Monday fresh. I just don't know. I would be surprised if she doesn't cut Friday early or off somehow.
That would be stupid. And I think it would really piss them off, in my opinion. I think
If they have to spend a half day arguing over motions and jury instructions, she's not going to want them there.
okay, but then they should be doing that before and after court.
Well, they should be, but she doesn't function that way. She works
And I was-
9 to 4, Sleuthie, 9 to 4.
I was thinking about this, and I know you said the other day that she would probably wait to do the missing witness thing. But then I thought about it more, and I was like, if I were the defense, I would demand before I like close my case in chief, I would demand to know an answer to that about whether or not she's going to give it, because, and I would say, if you're not going to give it, then we are going to call these people. Because if they close their case in chief and then she says, no, I'm not going to do it, then they're fucked. Because not only can they not say it in their closing, and the jury won't be given an instruction about it, but then it will also be too late to call the doctor and them.
Yeah, but it's her discretion. She can, even if they hit all the points that they have to legally, she still has the discretion to say no.
Right. So I would say
she'd be like, you have the opportunity to, Mr. Jackson, to call.
But then again, if they say, well, if you're not going to give it to us, then we're going to call them, then she would maybe just be like, well, you're allowed to call them. You can call them. You're choosing not to. So no.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think, yeah, that's why I think that she'll wait till Monday. I think that tomorrow, maybe not. Maybe if they happen to finish in the amount of time that these attorneys say they're going to, which so far they haven't done at all. If they happen to finish, around lunchtime Thursday, she may go, okay, you guys are done for the day. We're going to get all this ready. Tomorrow morning, you'll come in. We'll give you the jury instructions. She's going to want at least a half day to go through everything.
Right.
So I see her either giving them half Thursday or Friday off, and then
I would rather it be Friday, since I'm busy that day anyway. Because if we fix this thing and I plan to join and listen and stuff on my drive, and then we don't have any court, I'm going to be annoyed.
I know, right? You leave mañana?
What day is it? Say Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll leave tomorrow night. Like tomorrow after we finish court. I might do it tomorrow after we finish court, or first thing in the morning Thursday. Maybe I'll just do it tomorrow after court, or maybe I'll do it first. We'll see what she says tomorrow, because she'll let us know. Like when she ends court tomorrow, she'll either say we're going to have a half day tomorrow or we're not going to have court tomorrow. So if we're not going to have court on Thursday, then I'll probably just drive up right after court tomorrow.
Okay.
If we are going to have court Thursday, then I'll probably go in the morning. I don't know. Either way, I'm not leaving tomorrow before court ends.
Okay, so you're
I'll
leaving
be here till
after
4:30
court tomorrow or Thursday. I got you.
Correct.
Got you. All right. So anything else that we need to cover from today?
I don't think so. I'm going to go check my mail. Dr. LaPosada was, I think, my favorite. I liked Dr. Russell, but I liked her more. I think she was great. I think he failed at every opportunity to catch her up in something. He failed at his attempt to discredit her. Like the worst thing he could have done, he made it so much worse. He should have never tried to bring in that other shit, because it did not, it meant nothing. If anything, it made her look better, and it made him look like he was desperately trying to discredit her.
I think for her, she has so much more experience testifying than Dr. Russell, so she was like prepared for him to try to counteract. She also, I think a lot of that comes from like being like the teacher side of things. She was, for as old as she is, she was very quick.
She really was.
Yeah, like her brain is like fire still.
But if she had experience with him in the past, I think that's why she knew like how to deal with him. I think she has dealt with him in the past. So
Hank will be short with Cross so that the defense doesn't have time to go through Welcher's new report. Well, that wouldn't surprise me either. But we don't even know if they may have it. They may have the new report now.
maybe.
If they're talking about bringing Welcher in tomorrow, I mean,
Maybe.
he should be done. He's obviously done with whatever he's going to do.
Yeah, but
we'll be back tomorrow for day 31 of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. We'll start again at 7 a.m. Pacific, 8 Mountain, 9 Central, 10 Eastern. And if you are across the pond, you have to do your own math. Other than that, because that's too many maths for me. Other than that, we appreciate you guys. We know that you guys have 1,000 other places that you could be watching this trial, and you guys choose to come here and watch it with us. And we thank you very, very much for your support. It means the world. So we will see you tomorrow and tonight. Go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and we'll probably see you around the YouTube streets.
love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.